won't stop. Rise us all to the top. We won't fear the young, we won't fear the young, we won't fear the young gods, no. We don't quit, we won't stop, no. Rise us all to the top, whoa. We won't fear the young gods, no. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go. a vet, but everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Valid is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
Listen, guys. Seems like we've got a new version. Alright, well, here we go. Getting ready for week 3, day number 1. Getting ready to kick off. Of course, you can see it seems like things change up a little bit. Not the usual intro that we are accustomed to see, but you know what it is, what it is. It is going to be that next opportunity for the teams to show us what they've got and who's going to be the teams to walk away victorious. Of course, it is that final chance, right? The final push all the way leading up towards the lovely and glorious finals. But yeah, moving into phase number 3, it is going to be quite a tough one. As we know, we are changing up the group order. We're also changing up exactly what is going to be coming through with regards to how these teams are going to have to step up. So there is going to be a lot to look at here. But yeah, wassalamu alaikum. Welcome. Hello to everybody. Hope you guys are as excited as we are to see exactly what the outcome of this final phase will be. Now, so far as we know, right, points starting to build up teams. Really bringing in a strong performance. And of course, we did see teams like Brute Force last week really stepping up the ante, walking away with 170 points for the phase, which is quite an impressive feat, at least for them, compared to the previous phase where they had only 74 points, right? So a little bit under 100-point increase coming through for the team there of Brute Force. So you got to love the approach, right? That activation essentially that we see come through. But now moving into the third phase, this is where everything is going to be looking to take quite a bit of a change up yet again, right? As I've mentioned before, of course, we are going to be changing up what we have with regards to our groups, the order that they are going to be playing it out in as well. Obviously, the rotation will remain exactly the same. So still, for the first match of the day, we are going to be playing through Group A, B, C, and D, with E then, of course, joining from that second match on. But now, this being day 1, again, a very balanced day. We are going to be having 2 Erangels, 2 Miramars, with the addition of the lovely Sanhok coming through. Only again, once we move into day 2 and day 4, is where we can see it leaning more to one or the other end, right? Day 4, of course, being the lovely Miramar heavy day, and day 4 being the lovely Erangel heavy day. So, yeah, we are drawing closer and closer to find out exactly who's going to be the victors for this phase, for this season of PMPL Arabia. So I'm just trying to make sure that I've got everything nice, ready, and sorted, finding its way in here. But of course, speaking of which, right, let's take a look at those teams and what the new order is going to be. Of course, we got the players there from the GANGSTERS, as well as NIGMA, Twisted, and NEXT coming through for Group A. As you can see over on towards Group B, it is going to be Brute Force, GEEKAY, NASR, Vision. You got the ARB champions, IKURD-R8 and RTG for Group C, as well as KR, Quest, Slide, and Triple, then occupying that slot up into Group D. And of course, Group E. The first teams that are going to be sitting out our first match here of this phase is going to be CONQUEROR Iraq, ONYX Ravens, Team Falcons, and W7. Now, we've been seeing a few interesting things with regards to these teams, with regards to how everything has been going through. W7, for instance, still holding that position within Group E, right? So sometimes, due to RNG, things go where they go, right? The randomity coming through. But I want to see whether or not any of this is going to be impacting what we could have come through from our teams, again, pushing through this phase. Especially if we take a look back at what we've had in the previous phase where we were positioned with regards to those teams. But we'll get into that in a second. In the meanwhile, let's take a look at the overall scores, right? This is phase 1, phase 2 combined. So we've got NIGMA, Galaxy, and GEEKAY, both teams sitting on a lovely 7 winner-winner chicken dinner. But there's a 22-point difference between first and second. Also a 37-point difference between, well, second and third place. But R8 now sitting, or joining rather, the other top 2 teams here with 200+ eliminations. I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous. That is an immense amount of points. But yeah, pretty concise, pretty competitive positioning with regards to those boards. As you can see then, as we move on to the next one, we got the GANGSTERS and Brute Force there, also pretty close to each other. Not a lot of points currently separating them. Only 1, but the Chicken Dinner Force is strong. We got IKURD as well as Triple holding into that 13th and 14th position without a single winner chicken dinner coming through. But then I guess it is going to come down to what they'll be bringing through in this phase, right? Only 5 teams have not yet been able to secure themselves a victory. So that speaks quite a bit as to the caliber of teams that we see come through, especially for this season. I mean, last season it was also pretty close, nearing the end of the phase. Looking to see what the teams brought in. Of course, we did see an absolutely insane amount of points also getting secured, but I want to see whether or not we are going to be having a similar play come through for this season, or if things could potentially be maybe taking quite a bit of a different change, right? A bit of a different shift, as the teams will have the opportunity to prove themselves. Now, speaking about teams proving themselves, you can see R8 and NIGMA then also coming through with their average statistics here, and trying to give us a bit of an idea as to what we could expect to see come through from them. As we know, for our first match of the day, we are going to be venturing over into the lovely pastures, right? The lovely lands. But they are running through these things at quite a bit of a pace here today. Well, we take it either which way. We are just going to be running through with the momentum to see what is going to be brought up to play. But in the meanwhile, while I try and catch up with what's going on, if you guys have any predictions, any potential outcomes for the day, be sure to let me know in the chat. I was curious to hear what your thoughts are. So for the first match, it's going to be Erangel. Now, we did see already a pretty strong performance coming through. Good amount of consistency from the side of NIGMA. I mean, they've already found themselves 3 winner chicken dinners. ONYX Ravens, the other team, also with 3 chickens. Well, we are going to have them out on the battlefield, at least not for the first match. They'll be joining us as we step into that first Miramar of this phase. But GEEKAY, they've also been pretty consistent with their overall performance when it comes to the map. I guess to see which other teams we are going to be taking a look at, as we've already mentioned, right? Brute Force, they've really stepped it up. IKURD also upping the ante, right? We did see quite a bit of improvement coming through from IKURD if we compare the first phase to the second phase. So I want to see how all of that is going to translate, right? Was phase 2 just a position for them to potentially look to build up a bit of that momentum, then looking to carry it through into phase 3? I sincerely hope so, because if we look back to what we had in the previous season, right, there definitely was quite a bit of an opportunity for that. But again, now speaking about momentum, speaking about carry things forward, we take a look here at Santa's performers as well, coming through there from the side of GEEKAY-E-SPORTS. Now, I believe this is phase 1 and phase 2 now compared to each other. You can already see a bit of a step up. Santa coming through in the first phase, then just doubling down on the efforts moving into that second phase. So a healthy, strong increase. I mean, nearly double the average amount of eliminations they were able to secure. The damage itself going up by about 50%, but still a really good increase coming through from a performer like Santa, for instance. But now, as we know, GEEKAY also one of those bullies right out on the battlefield. Again, everything now has to really play into its position, right? You want to see a lot of these puzzle pieces really click into place, because I think that adds to the complexity, adds to the challenge here, especially when we see not just one, but several teams looking to approach the match in the same way. Now, I don't know if they necessarily take that into consideration when they just try and figure out what their strategies are going to be, but that does definitely change up the way that they could look to approach these battlefields. Maybe preemptively prepping for something potentially like that to come through. But as you know, well, each team approaches these games, these matches in their own respective and special way, right? So, yeah, I'm curious to see what the first day will be bringing in. If we take a look back at what we had in phase 2, first match of day 1, of course, we did see the players there from the GANGSTERS securing themselves that winner chicken dinner. A lovely 11 eliminations to come through. Now, the GANGSTERS, they are going to be in this lobby yet again. But, well, there could be a few other additional surprises that could be finding their way in as well. Now, another team that also really was stepping it up was the side of Quest Esports, as we take a look at a bit of a comparison here between Mon and Fihad. Fahidan, rather, if I helps if I properly read the names correctly. But Fahidan sitting on 19 eliminations and has very strong play with regards to the damage there. And of course, we can see those conversions, right? The assists coming through 27. Now, that is a very hefty, steady amount of blaze to bring through. But again, it all needs to play out. We need to see how the side of Quest will be able to capitalize. I mean, they've ended off the second phase on a really strong footing. 74 placement points, 109 total eliminations, which is quite steep for a grand total of 183 with those 3 winner chicken dinners. But it's going to be a tough play. I think the next team you might potentially be looking at. Well, I'd like to see the comparison here for the ONYX Ravens, because I believe also they've really been working so hard, especially looking at their performance compared to what we had in the previous season, right? Last season, Spring Split, they finished in 18th position with a grand total of 236 points. This time around, ONYX Ravens sitting in a different position. I mean, just for the last phase, they're able to secure themselves 139 points, right? That is about a half of their entire performance from the previous season. As we saw on the overall rankings, the big leaderboard, ONYX Ravens are sitting on 264 points. Now, if you compare that to the previous one, they've already been able to secure themselves 28 points more, and they are only now at the end of the second phase. We are getting ready to jump into phase 3 to see what these teams rather can bring on through. So I think so this far. So well, let me try that again. Right, reset. I think so far, moving through this full split, ONYX Ravens been having a phenomenal performance, and we want to see more. Let's take a look at what we could be expecting to see from our teams here as well. Taking a look at a bit of a statistical breakdown. You see NASR coming through with their points on the board as well. That is, of course, with 161, right? Those are the total points that they have so far. ARB sitting on 164. So this is a look at the lower end of the leaderboard, right? The teams find themselves all the way from 20th up into that 14th position. Now, as we know, only the top 16 will be allowed to move forward into the finals, right? So CONQUEROR, essentially, they are drawing the line. They are the gatekeepers with 175 points. W7 just a slight little smidge ahead of them, and of course, looking at the position that we see there for the side of Triple, again, only 181 points. There's still quite a bit of movement that can come through. So I think as we are progressing through this phase, right, day 1, day 2, and beyond, I think we are also then going to start to take a look at how the teams are performing, not only within the phase, but also then with regards to those overall standings, right? With regards to the main lead running board, because I think that at the end of the day is going to be determining who's going to be making it up into the finals. Now, as we know, each phase also then presents the teams with a bit of an opportunity to secure themselves a few additional bonus points as they prep to push forward. Now, as we know, a team like NIGMA Galaxy, for instance, they got 19 in the first week, 20 in the last week, and that secured them a grand total of 39 points. So they need to try and push. And of course, well, they'll be presented with our map rotation here for the day. A little bit of Erangel, a little bit of Miramar. Then we head over into Sanhok, and then we close it out with our last match of Miramar and Erangel for the day. Now, the teams should be pretty comfortable and familiar with this rotation, especially for the first day. Now, we need to see how that is all going to play out, right? The top 2, well, that is currently NIGMA and GEEKAY, with teams with 7 eliminations, 7 winner chicken dinners. NIGMA sitting on a grand total of 379, and GEEKAY sitting on 357. So there's 22 points difference between first and second. Now, taking a look at our average performance. Now, this is with regards to the map of Erangel, right? Looking at how these teams have been stepping it up so far. So we've got NIGMA definitely being the strong bully in this one. ONYX Ravens then locked into that second position. And as we move down, as we progress down the board, you can see it's all very close, right? Yes, NIGMA a little bit ahead with the damage there. But that consistency with regards to eliminations, looking at the amount of games that they've played, I mean, NIGMA's sitting on 101 eliminations. If you look at the other teams, they are sitting on 78, 63, and 72. So there's a bit of a stark contrast, but that all has now come as a result of the previous 16 or 15 Erangels that these teams have had the opportunity to play at. So it's all going to boil down to what the teams will be bringing to the battlefield moving into this phase. And if they are eager and hungry enough to secure themselves not only position in the top 16, but just the beast mode play, this is definitely where we could be seeing that now come through. But as we know, of course, moving from league up in towards the finals, again, teams tend to step it up, right? So the league performance I think for some teams, they are playing well enough just to get themselves into the finals. Once we step into the finals, that's where we see that true color really come out as the teams step into the environment that they've been training for, working so hard for. And I cannot wait to see what they're going to be bringing in. But of course, first, well, we have to make our way through today and the rest of this week to see exactly who will be those teams blessed with the opportunity to step into the finals. So if you've got any predictions for this phase or for this entire league stage, be sure to let me know in the chat. Let me quickly see. All right, so JVN also then saying in the chat they are going to be supporting and they believe that NASR are going to be playing better from this phase moving forward. And I mean, the opportunity definitely is there, right? The opportunity, the chance is there for the teams to step it up. I mean, that is the beauty of what this third phase then brings through. But there's already been quite a bit of a difference being brought in with regards to positions on those leaderboards. As we know, teams really just looking to crack it wide open. Some of them starting a little bit slower. Others just hit the ground running and off they go. So, especially for teams situated a little bit further down that leaderboard, trying to get up into the top 16. So the bottom four, right? KRARB, NASR, and XX. They're going to have to work their butts off this week to get themselves secured, to get themselves positioned, and who knows, into contention for that winner chicken dinner, and of course, making their way up into the finals as well. But I do believe that we are very close to hopping in to see exactly what the teams are going to be presented with regards to that flight path, with regards to that zone. But if you yourself have any potential predictions, drop them in the chat. Expected bottom teams to do better. I mean, sure, there's always going to be teams at the bottom, right? That's just the way it is, right? Unfortunately, only a select few get to go through. And as we know, it is going to be up to the top 16. But looking at the point situation, right? 16th place is 175 points. 17th is only 6 points behind that. So there's a 6-point difference, then 5, then 3. Next, X, I think they are really going to have to work hard this phase if they want to be one of the teams to make it into the top 16, right? KR, ARB, and NASR, it is still very much achievable because there's not a very wide gap between them. Only about 14 points between 17th and 19th position, right? 71, though, from 16th down into 20th. So it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge to see whether or not the teams will be able to pull that one off. Speaking about pulling it off, though, Erangel is loading up, so we are going to be prepping ourselves to hop straight into the action to see exactly what our teams are going to be working with. So yeah, now's the time. If you have an idea as to where you think the zone's going to go, or where the flight path is going to go, or even just where you would like it to go, let me know in the chat. Curious to hear your thoughts. But yeah, it is going to be go time. So that plane now just cooking itself up. We've got about, I'm trying to do math here. We've got a bit. We've got a bit of time. And so we are going to be hopping in. But yeah, so first phase, yes. Let's talk about the first phase and what we saw come through on the back of that very first match after the day. And I think that could also help us kind of build up to see the progression of the teams, right? Starting first phase, second phase, and now pushing into that third phase. So back on day one, the very first match of the season, right? Quest, they were able to secure themselves the most points out on the battlefield, but definitely the winner chicken dinner looking really good alongside them, right? 19 points. The most aggressive performance that we had come through was actually from the side of the ARB champions, right? They were able to secure themselves 11. So that does really add quite nicely to the tally. Now, if we compare that to what we had moving into phase 2, obviously not exactly the same teams, but again, it gives us a bit of idea. GANGSTERS Esports, they were the team to step up, also then with 11 eliminations up. So it gives us a bit of a pattern, right, that is starting to be developed here. Two teams on either side of that phase securing themselves a very consistent play. I mean, GANGSTERS, obviously, they weren't playing within that previous phase, but phase 2 had the opportunity to step up and show us what they can bring. And now comes the big question, right? Who was right with those flight path predictions, and who will we have stepping up, looking to claim themselves that potential winner chicken dinner. Do you think it is going to be ARB? Do you think it's going to be the Gangsters? Or potentially could it be a team like, I don't know, Slime Machine, RTG, Triple Esports? We know it's not going to be W7 because they're on Group E. So this is, I think, the second week that they've now missed out on the opportunity due to the group rotations to play the very first match of the day. But let's see how it is going to play out though. JVN coming through with a military base end zone prediction. That's very interesting. That is a very, very interesting prediction. I wouldn't mind it though, but then of course the rest of the Erangels that we're going to be looking at obviously needs to go somewhere else, right? Because if you remember back on day 3, yeah, it was a pretty insane one. But of course, let's take a look at what we have here between NIGMA and R8. Also, again, right, we're trying to find that next team that could be stepping up, locking in that winner chicken dinner, and who could potentially have the highest probability. I mean, R8's overall performance when it comes to Erangel finds them up into 6th place. With a grand total of with 102 points. Of course, those 2 winner chicken dinners they've already been able to secure so far. But they've been showing pretty good consistency, right? Showing a high level of eagerness and determination to perform quite well and to just blow us away with what they can accomplish. I think at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to how these teams are going to be looking to find that extra little bit. I mean, R8 also not that far away from making the run, either for pole position or maybe securing themselves all the way up into 2nd, right? That, of course, I'm referring to the big leaderboard because R8 sit with 320 points, so only 37 points behind GEEKAY. As we know, that is definitely something that one would be able to accomplish playing through this phase, looking to not only catch up, but potentially even surpass that position in which they find themselves. Another prediction that I can see in the chat come through there from ProTap is going to be match 1 is going to go to Brute Force. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, let's take a look at the Brute Force stats as well. Well, you know, why don't you? Brute Force finding themselves with 103 points, so just 1 point more than that which R8 has. Of course, only one winner chicken dinner to their name so far, but they do sit with 72 eliminations. The 3rd highest score with regards to those eliminations. Then, of course, we got GEEKAY, just a little bit ahead of them, sitting on 78 eliminations. So that is, of course, then one of the 2 teams occupying that 3rd place. We've already seen a little bit of a look here at Santa's plays, as I mentioned, just doubling down on all the efforts. So in case you missed it, here we go with those yet again. So I believe aside from NIGMA, GEEKAY could potentially be another team that really could look to lock it in. I mean, just again, based on that the general approach that we've seen come through from their end. I just want to make sure that we are up to date with the feed as well. Well, it does seem like that. So we should be hopping in. Maybe there's a rehost or something that happened, because usually we don't go this far. Let me just double check that everything is fine. It doesn't seem like we've got any rehosts. All right, so we should be hopping in. Just curious to know at which point that is going to be coming through, as I've already essentially run out of all my talking points. So we are, well, like 10 minutes over, but whatever. It is what it is. So let's see if we can find that starting point, as it is going to be the first match here to get us into the whole play, the whole system. But yeah, if you've got any particular thoughts, anything that you want to share, be sure to hit us up in the chat. I do have it here and I can see it. Can we start? Yeah, wait. I'm asking the same question. I am asking the same question. It does seem like there's something's up. Not quite sure what, but let me try and figure this one out as well, because according to me, first match should have started quite some time ago. So please hold while I try and figure out what on earth is going on. Because essentially what I'm seeing now is just a repeat of what we've already seen. So it was going and then it's going again. Not quite sure what the play is there, but either which way we'll try and get ourselves in the position where we can jump through that. So, Guido, this is where I want to take the opportunity and ask you, who do you think is going to be the one to step it up today, right? Do you think we are going to be seeing that same kind of consistency from the previous week? Is it going to be someone else to find the very first winner chicken dinner of the day here? NASR, let's teamwork and win this match. Yes. Something about the PMGC qualification. ProTap, what would you like to know about the PMGC qualification? Because as we know, the teams, the qualification for PMGC is the combination of the season points all lumped together, right? So let's see anything else that I can see with regards to that. No, that's essentially what we've got for the PMGC. Yeah, all right. So I've double checked that everything is essentially as up to date as I could get it. Yeah, yeah, seems like we're running through a little bit of a loopy thing. Not quite sure what the reasoning is behind that, but of course, as soon as everything returns back to normality, we will be hopping in to see exactly where our teams are going to be playing through. Well, let's take a look at the low end of the leaderboard again, right? It is going to be those teams finding themselves near the bottom position here. So NASR, ARB, KR, and of course then the players in from CONQUEROR Quest rather find themselves sat right there. So if you're a little bit confused as to what's going on, you're not alone. You're not alone, right? We're trying to figure this out because essentially like the past few minutes that we've already had is now just replaying itself. So welcome back again for round 2 as we continue our discussion all about the same things that we've been talking about for the past 10 minutes or so. It's fun. It's fun. You know, technical things, they happen. We sometimes do get a few glitches and so on that find their way trickling in across the board. But again, well, we want to get to the battlefield to see what the teams are going to be bringing through. So this is where I turn I hand the mic over to you, right? How many teams will qualify for PMGC from the finals? Ooh, that is not yet, as far as I know. I don't have the exact number for that. Currently, there are, of course, 20 teams playing their way through this. So let's see if we can figure out how many teams are going to be progressing in. Yeah, the exact amount of slots, they've not yet been announced. In the previous season, we had 10 teams. Of course, from Africa side, we had 8 teams, and all those teams met, well, 6 teams coming through from Africa. So all those teams met each other in the MEA Championship. All right, let's see what else do we got. How many teams will be invited to the finals? No, the finals, you have to qualify. That is how the finals work. Are you referring to the championship or the finals? Because those are two different things, right? Do you think Coops is one of the best in the world? Yes. Yes, Creed, I do indeed think so. 4 teams from MEA, you think? Well, I mean, I can't find I don't see the exact number being shown just yet. But who knows, maybe the information will become available a little bit later on as we get closer, because after PMPL Arabia, we are going to be hopping into PMPL Africa. And then a little bit after that is going to be the championship yet again, right? Exactly as we've had in the previous season. Of course, repeating itself, moving through into this one as well. But speaking about repeating, let's repeat the map sequence, as it is going to be, of course, Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel. So a little bit of repeat on that end. And here are our highest probable top performers, with NIGMA sitting with a pretty steep figure being shown there with regards to the average elimination, 6.31. Do you think Indian teams can dominate over global teams in a global tournament? Ooh. Do I think they can? Yes, they can. Will they? I don't know. I don't know. That's the question, right? That is why we have these global events, to see exactly how all these teams measure up against each other once they meet out on the battlefield. Of course, another interesting thing that we also have happening at the exact time as well is the regional clash, right, between Europe and Africa, also happening on the channel somewhere. So if you want to see a little bit of that action as well, maybe open both up on the screen to get a pretty good idea. The team with the most points of the championship goes to the BMGC. Yeah, that's in general how it works. And then the top from the MENA championship goes to BMGC. Ooh, That's an interesting one. Nice. Pretty sure that the teams are going to be quite happy with that one. Because if I'm looking at what I can see about the championship or the PMGC stuff, not a lot of that is showing here on my end. So as soon as I have the official information on my side available, I'll be able to share with you what I can see and what I know about all of that. The matches have started. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. King is gaming. I have no idea. Right. This is what we've got right now. Right, so we've already taken a look at this before, so I'm not quite sure why we are experiencing a bit of a loop, but it is what it is. I've made sure that it's all up to date. Right, as you can see, it can't go more live than it is, because that's what we got. Do you think R8 or GEEKAY will catch NIGMA for the PMGC qualification? Ooh, that is going to heavily depend on their performance coming through for the season, but who knows? The possibility, the ability to do that, I think it's there. But again, it all depends on how they're going to be able to double down. Because if you look back at NIGMA's play that they had in the previous season, I mean, that was just insane. Right? 505 points. That's crazy. That's crazy. Right? As we know, it changed up a little bit when we stepped up into the finals, obviously, right? But yeah, I want to see what is going to come through, as the teams will have to really apply quite a bit of that momentum to get themselves secured. I mean, as you know, closer to the finals, things took quite a bit of a shift up. I mean, NIGMA, yeah, not being as dominating as we had in that league stage, and that is kind of what I was referring to before as well, right? As we know, stepping through into these events, it changes up going from league into finals, because some teams are really good at I'd call it scare tactics, right? Trying to intimidate the lobby to an extent so that they know moving into the finals, for instance, if they drop in a specific location, the teams are going to go like, oh no, wait, that's where they drop. Maybe let's go somewhere else, right? So I can't say exactly that it's in the hope to kind of get teams to not push on them, but that could definitely be a strategy that they could be looking to play for. So, you know, there's different ways of approaching this game, and we've seen different play styles, of course, then getting used across the board. But yeah, essentially now we're just waiting for everything to come through. It's showing the game at this time. Yes, Jesus Estrada. I can already go as fast as the feed is pushing it on my end. I don't know what the delay is for that. I'm not quite sure what the reason is. And I have no way of finding out at this exact point in time. Right? So as soon as it comes through, we'll go. Maybe there's just a bit of a glitch somewhere. Who knows, who knows, who knows. I mean, I've got it as live as I possibly can have it. So all we can do at this point is sit back, relax, and wait to see what Erangel is going to bring through. What do you guys think of what we've been having so far come through in the first and second phase, right? Do you think phase 3 is going to be any different? Do you think teams like IKURD, for instance, or Brute Force, Slime Machine, any of them, do you think they're going to be stepping it up, maybe looking to crack it wide open? Or do you think we are going to be returning back to what we saw essentially being built up in that second phase? Right? Because as you saw in the title, we're asking as to who's going to be the winners here, right? Will a new team appear on the horizon? We don't know. What I do know is that we're getting closer, right? Here's my prediction for the finals top 3. Ooh, that is an interesting one. Finals top 3. I'll give you one team that I would like to see. And with that, I'm gonna go for Brute Force. Right, I think they'll be in the top 3. How far in the top 3? I don't know, but we'll find out. And we'll find out. I just that's what I want to see. Whether or not that's gonna be the situation, it's not up to me. It's up to the squad. But what is going to be up to me is to hopefully take you through Erangel, as it seems we should be jumping in, right? Not initially, but eventually. We're going to get there. We're going to go. We're going to see exactly what the flight path will be bringing, where these teams are going to be dropping. So let me know. Where would you like it to go? Where I did see one a little bit earlier about the Millie base. But you can't cheat and go look on the Arabic broadcast. You have to watch. In the meanwhile, let's jump into the action to see exactly what is going to come through. as we are making our way on down. Alright, so this is interesting, right? Because, as you can hear, we have game sound coming through from what's actually happening in the lobby. But we don't have the sound from the flight path. So we can hear sprays in the background. I have no idea who's spraying, but someone is spraying, right? Because as we know, it is almost impossible to jump out of the plane with weapons in your hand. At least in PUBG. But a good flight path, of course, starting us over at Novorepnoye, making its way across the way. The good dispersion of teams coming through. So I think for this first match, it's going to be interesting, right? This is not going to be the one that we are necessarily used to. NASR should be top 5 this week. That's the other prediction. All right. Now, what I also then can't predict is the zone, but I'm so happy that I don't have to, so we can see the zone holding over onto the edge of that zone, or the map rather, taking a beautiful northwestern positioning up in towards Everest, potentially Gatka as well. So for those of you curious as to what's going on, right, the teams are not currently fighting on what we can see, but from what we can hear, they are. So this is gonna test your determination, your focus, right? Can you get your ears to match up with what your eyes are seeing? That is gonna be the big test of the day. But meanwhile, we do have the first few knocks already finding a way on through. As you can see, NIGMA having that first one being delivered to their door. Oh, there we go. ProTab coming through with the points. Alright, so here we go with our quest coming through with those early sprays, right? So, the sound that you're hearing is happening ahead, well ahead, minutes ahead of what we are seeing, right? So I'll sit here and I can mute that for you like this, and I can sort of make the sound effects instead, right? There comes Bandar. Picking up the bag, kluk. Because that's exactly how the sounds sound, right? That is exactly the sound effects. I mean, this is a very accurate retelling of what we have happening on this battlefield here. In case you missed the first bit of action, it was result finding those sprays up into groups. And I mean, with the M16 out of all weapons. So, good result. Good result indeed. But yes, yeah, Creed, and I don't know why, right? Because this is what I'm getting, right? This is as up-to-date as I can have it. I mean, I can bring you onto the current sound. This is the live sound, I guess, I would assume. Right? But what we see is something different. Right? Because we hear a vehicle, but I can promise you that is not the sound that Riva is making right now. Maybe if you crouch low enough on that carpet that we saw them position on, I think then it would make sense. But in general, I don't think that they've really loaded in those sound effects for carpets just yet. Maybe in another bit of a crossover. Alright, so in the meanwhile, Sly Machine, they were holding up in Malta. So for now, we are going to be switching to the past tense until we hop into present, but this is the best that I can do for you at this time. Steezy, who got themselves a little bit of that loot. NASR then also rotating up, heading in from that eastern side of zone. Let's see whether or not NASR are going to be able to find themselves a good bit of a position to pull up into. Yes! Oops! Got a bit of a oopsie there. So NASR, they were doing quite a bit of playing. IKURD also now trying to decide how they're going to look to play this one. So Aram and Golden already at this point started to rotate up. Then we still had Ali and Azzy still holding through. Wait, hang on. Oh, that lined up beautifully. Once the KR, they took their position up in towards that more centered zone. We also see the players from R8 holding up towards that South George position. And of course, Vision enjoying a little bit of the scenery up in the lumberyard area as they start to climb up the hill. Of course, there's no sounds this time around, so let's go. That is pretty much the sound that describes buggy. Well, I can't do that full sound, but I can try. There's actually something I want to put onto a soundboard with all these appropriate sounds, right, for exactly what we could be hearing right here. So I believe we just heard the end of the match. No, we haven't, not yet. We had a reload and a bit of a play, but let's see NIGMA onto that 3-piece with Biscay. I mean, we haven't really seen Biscay play just yet. This is the first time that I'm actually noticing Biscay in the NIGMA squad. So nice little bit of a change coming through there as well. NASR getting a bit of that spread coming through. Goat saying Twisted Minds top 5 this week. There we go, Goat. Get it. Get it. Now you can see that Freak was playing with the suppressor on, right? That's why you didn't hear any of the shots. A nice quiet hit being fired across the way. Week 1 and finals, almost a 100-point gap between NIGMA and R8. So NIGMA may be going to PMGC. Who knows? I mean, like, so we'll only be able to make our final call once it's in, right? But you are welcome, more than welcome, be my guest, to drop your predictions as to who you think is going to be qualifying for that PMGC based on what we've had so far, and whether or not you think they'll be able to potentially, maybe, just maybe, secure the required amount of points to get themselves qualified for the PMGC. Beautiful look down at the map. You can see those hits just flying all over the place. There's our zone with our players. Vep! Surprise! This is actually the map. Right, so the team's really now having to take quite a bit of a change up with regards to that positioning. The Gangsters, though, they're going to be smiling all the way till next week, right? As you can see, a very comfortable position up all the way on that far western side of North George. Nobody there to contest them. Triple on the side of Twisted, all the way on the southern edge. Bit of that knock-knock game going to come through here as well. But I like this approach here from Twisted. It seems like they might be turning their eyes on zone positioning instead of holding all the way to here. I want to get so excited when I hear the sprays, only to realize every single time that what we hear and what we see is unfortunately not the same quite yet. But we'll see soon enough. Alright, so Twisted going to be focusing their efforts instead on that zone positioning. Yes, unfortunately they did lose Crypto along the way, but Dami was also able to secure at least one elimination. It's a slide just on the edge here of NASR. So let's see what the play for NASR will be this week. Right, NASR is still in a position where they could contest for at least the top 16. Now, is it going to be on the cards Again, the sprays continue to just be hammered all over the place. As you can hear, we are in for quite a bit of an aggressive show coming through a little bit later on. For the time being, let's see how we'll get there. As I feel like I have a little bit of clear sentience, right? I can sense things before they come through. And that, of course, all being thanks to us hearing the sprays well in advance. ARB champions. Just rotating up on towards that southern edge. We got twisted over to the southwestern side. Looking to get themselves a nice bit of a secure position to hold on to. Alright, so center zone is going to be where it's at. Right, GEEKAY R8 Quest. Right there up into towards that container yard. Now the zone, ooh, pulling over to the eastern side. So Brute Force actually holding on to Cube there. I mean, that is the kind of setup that you want, especially moving into a phase like this, right? Looking at where the rest of the teams are positioned. And how they could potentially be looking to play it through. Now Quest, GEEKAY, and of course the side of R8 are not only going to have to contend against themselves, but also against the teams that are rotating through from that southern side. Now, this is where the gangsters will get tested, looking to showcase their map knowledge and whether or not they could actually get themselves positioned appropriately, as they've just casually rotated from the western side of Georgia Paul to the eastern side. The only other team really looking to contest them is going to be the side of Vision. But down onto that southern edge, it is going to be Slime Machine, ARB, and Triple. Meanwhile, GEEKAY having quite a bit of a play being had with the excitement of the container yard, right? It can still unfold in so many different ways. Ooh, nice hit up on towards Result. I mean, I also like what we've been seeing so far come through from Steezy. Yes, Steezy hasn't had the most insane performance from what we've ever seen happen, but the consistency, I mean, time and time again, you see Steezy pop out every now and again. It's just like, you know what, let's throw a few good nades out. Let's find a little bit of damage down onto a lovely team like Triple. Might as well, while we're at it, just try and clutch it all out. Alright, so I think one of two things might happen here. Either the sound is going to slow down so we can catch up to the video, or the video is going to start to speed up so we can catch up with what the sound is bringing through on our ears, of course. Well, we'll all find out at exactly the same time, so it's going to be a surprise. Right, I told you Phase 3 is going to be a very interesting one, and proves that is exactly what we have so far. So ARB going to be holding on to attention on Everest. Ooh, Sly though, down to attacker. Steezy gets taken out nice and easy. Beautiful explosion. You gotta love it when those vehicles just go boom. But hey, good play though for Slime Machine, at least getting sent out with 3 eliminations up. So, well, they're not gonna be topping over at the donut shop, as they have, you know, the next map to prep for. We can see where they can get themselves situated. Of course, working on those plays and plans. And meanwhile, the pressure will continue up in the zone. As you can see, NASR, Brute Force, holding on that far eastern side. Bandar, very, very isolated. I believe Bandar is holding up into a little bit of a wizard tower there. In the meanwhile, RTG starting that descent from up above as they rotate out of Everest. Ooh, NASR and ARB. Ooh. So NASR applying the pressure from the bridge. Bandar applying the bandage there and just finding themselves a little bit of a trade as well. Unfortunate finish then for the side there of Twisted as well. Blue Zone getting the upper hand. Now NASR have a great opportunity down onto RTG. You can see already taking a bit of a dip down into the drink. And there we go, the winner chicken dinner. Who that was? Sure. R8. Okay. Alright. Well, we'll take it, I guess. R8 getting themselves the very first winner chicken dinner. As I said, surprise. Something's gonna surprise us. So that is what we had happen just then and there. R8 being able to secure themselves the victory, getting that glorious chicken for them as well. But, well, now we need to see what the results are, right? You want to see how the teams got there. So as I told you, remember, I said, what are two things are going to happen? Awesome. It's either going to be the video is going to catch up to the sound, or the sound is going to catch up to the video. Either which way. So we have our answer, the video caught up to the sound, right? So we went from being back there in the previous phase, taking a look at that map feed, all the way to knowing who got the winner chicken dinner. Amazing stuff coming through. But yes, I mean, I'm still watching it unfold as it did, like we were watching on the video. But either which way, at least we should be up and running now with exactly what is cooking out on the, this event itself. So R8 were able to secure themselves the victory quest, managing to land themselves in second place with 7 eliminations. NASR got third with 7 elims as well. Then it was the Broody Fruities, then followed by the players of NEXX, GEEKAY. Then we had Triple and IKURD on their heels. So this is essentially exactly the way that it finished up. As we take a look at that 9th position as well. So Vision went out in 9th. NIGMA, unfortunately, got sent back empty-handed. They got taken out in 10th place. 11th then was the side there of KR and the rest of the teams beyond. But Quest coming through with a very heavy hand with regards to that damage. And I believe that is one of the shortest PUBG matches I've ever casted in my life, right? As we jumped from one zone into the final zone. But yeah, as we know from here, moving forward, everything is going to be up to date. R8 coming through with a very strong conversion rate. We saw 10 eliminations coming out of 1,700 damage. So that is a really, really impressive one. Well done to the side then of R8 for pulling that one out of the hat. But of course, now we got to wait to see what our next map is going to be, right? Match number 2, of course, is going to be taking us right over on towards Miramar. So we'll get a bit of an opportunity out in the desert to see as the teams will get their chance to step up and shine. So moving into game number 2, that is going to be the players from Group E that will have their first chance to play. And of course, Group D, they are going to be sitting it out. So as we saw at the groups a little bit earlier, Group E is CONQUEROR, ONYX, FALCONS, and W7. So they'll be stepping out onto the battlefield. And of course, then we have the players coming through from Group D that are going to be taking a bit of a break, right? So Quest, Sly, KR, as well as Triple. So that is what's coming up next. Of course, it is going to be that push into the last bit. So I can tell you the final zone that we had closing off the match. Quest, they had still 3 players up. R8 also moved in with 3 players. And then there was a lot of sprays. R8 stepped up with a bit of a response, a bit of retaliation, right? Trying to defend. Quest got the knocks down to 2. Quest also then suffering a knock in the exchange. And then it was essentially down to see whether or not that blast ditch push is going to come through and maybe secure the play. But of course, in the meanwhile, let's take a look at our top performance here with Ragnarok locking in the most eliminations. And then it is going to be up to, well, Ragnarok also finding 2 utility plays coming out of that one. But a well done job though, pre-pod with a beautiful bit of that ranged head as well. So always exciting to see exactly where these teams find themselves with regards to, you know, how all of this plays out, where those points really look to get distributed towards, and, you know, how they are able to bring in all these plays. But of course, the first match done and dusted. So it's not exactly like we could, you know, look through the entire thing. But as we know, moving into match 2, we'll be taking a look at that Miramar, right, to see exactly where the teams find themselves. So again, looking at the potential options that we have moving in towards Miramar, GEEKAY definitely going to be a very strong contender for that. As we know, they are the top performing team, 141 points in total, but only 82 eliminations, right? We've got a team like R8 and Quest sitting on 83 points on their end. So 83 points though with regards to those eliminations. So curious to see who's going to be the one to step it up. Do you think it could be GEEKAY, NIGMA, R8, Falcons, maybe even the Gangsters? Of course, tell me in the chat what your hopes are, right? Who do you think is going to be the one to step it up and lock it in? In the meanwhile, of course, now we just wait, right? Of course, we are yet to take a look to see exactly what the points are with regards to the tallies. But, you know, only one match being done, that essentially puts us exactly where we need to know what the first phase points look like. Only once we get into the second one, that is where things are going to be looking to change up a little bit, right, as we move further and further forward. You watch the game on the Very King, NASR is kind of learning from their mistakes, even though they should have come first. Yeah, I mean, NASR definitely, they were holding on to the larger numbers, right, with regards to that last bit of an engagement. But as we know, right, they tried. They tried to push through, maybe trying to close it up. But at the end of the day, you know, it went over to R8 and Quest. And that is especially kind of what we see, right? If you're able to maintain that consistent flow, lock in the confidence, and just utilize your zone positioning, I mean, things are going to be pretty easy from there on moving forward. We got about 3 minutes or so left on the clock. Let's just hear what's going on. Yeah, right. So we still have them busy talking at this point in time. We could be taking a look at a few of those highlights as well. Not quite sure what exactly is going to be going on here today, as it seems like we are wrestling with a few gremlins. But that's sometimes just you know, that's sometimes just a thing that we got to do. We got a stat here to look at as well. Of course, as we are prepping ourselves to head over onto that Miramar side. So we've got the GEEKAY coming through with their own respective points here. We got R8, then also sitting on top with the highest tally. R8 and Quest, definitely the two teams that have been able to secure themselves quite a few of those eliminations. So it is definitely going to be down to how the teams look to play through the positionings, get themselves situated. But I think a big factor, as we always see when it comes to the map, is especially going to be what that flight path is, right? Even before we get into our first initial zone, because when you've got a nice and centered flight path, it allows accessibility all into all those different regions. The teams can get themselves, you know, set up without having to stress all too much. I think when we go to a little bit more of the extremes, right, the flight path either moving all the way to either of those cardinal directions and cutting off quite a big portion of that playable area, that makes it just that extra little bit more challenging for the teams to get themselves situated. Then you add a little bit of a cherry on top, right? That zone finding its way on through as well. Sometimes it's nice and complementing to the flight path, centering up pretty close forward so teams don't have to move that far. But other times rather, it goes in a completely different direction, right? Just jumps to the opposite side of the map. The teams have to work their butts off to get themselves into a safe zone. So I'm curious to see what this next match is going to be, right? Whether or not we're going to have a decent flight path with a complementary zone to follow, or is it going to be maybe leading to a few of those extremes, right? Really having the teams, you know, having to showcase their map knowledge and how they are going to be able to get themselves secured. But yeah, be sure to drop your predictions in the chat, as we are going to be heading into the match very soon to see exactly what our teams are going to be bringing in, right? So I want to hear your flight path predictions. I want to hear your zone predictions. And of course, if you are feeling bold, tell me who you think is going to be the team to lock in this winner chicken dinner. Only time will tell. I mean, it does. I definitely think. Well, if I'm being honest, right? If I have to choose a team out of the participating teams currently stepping in, ooh, all right. I'm gonna say I'm gonna go with maybe even Brute Force, right? Because they, as we know, previous season, Brute Force, Miramar, that was their map, right? 7 winner chicken dinners. The highest that we currently have is 3. That's, of course, with GEEKAY. So, let's see. Maybe Brute Force could clutch this one out, right? Maybe if we just say Brute Force enough, they could really just, find that momentum, find that play. And it could also be the side of Twisted. Twisted being on 99 points, so they need one more to hit a century, and that could be a phenomenal play on their end as well. But yeah, I think it is going to be go time pretty soon as we are getting ready to jump on board to see exactly what that flight path is going to have for us. So let's see. I want to hear those predictions. But in the meantime, well, it is now all up to the RNG. Javian saying, NASR, let's go again. All right, let's see if NASR can make it beyond top 3, maybe make it into top 2, maybe even. Who knows, right? Get themselves a bit of a winner chicken dinner. Well, they already have that chicken on Miramar, as we know. But placement points, eliminations, could maybe do with a little bit of tweaking, right? So we should be hopping onto that plane in the next 10 seconds or so. So get yourselves ready because it is going to be go time. And showdown is about to start. Such a fun day, right? Such a fun day. Phase 3, day 1. So, without any further delay, just want to make sure that they are going to be showing what we want to see. It does seem to be the case, as we do have our lovely flight path there. And I don't know what happened on that. I don't know. But maybe it's a replay. Let's call it a replay. Right? We are enjoying our replay. To see what's cooking. Right, so definitely a look back at that previous phase. Alright, so I'm just trying to figure out how we can resolve this. Nice bit of a spray there that we saw from Brute Force. Alright, so let's just wait to see how this is going to go. And then I'll be going to be hopping back into the live game. Just bear with us on this one. I'm waiting for answers, so we can ensure that we actually get into the action here for today. Alright, so we can hear a few vehicles. That is the live game in the background. So the video and the audio now again being kind of on their own mission here. So let's say that was Ida prepping it up with a bit of a play. I mean, now I can actually see how that first match finished up. Yep, NASR caught themselves in a very tough position. And we know what the outcome of this is. Right, so that is how that winner chicken dinner came through. Right, well played, well played. R8 getting themselves that glorious chicken as well. But yeah, still trying to iron out the kinks to figure out exactly what is going to be coming through here and how exactly we are going to be getting ourselves into the matches, because yeah, we did have a bit of Miramar. I can tell you the zone has shifted down south. Right, the zone is on the south. That's where it is. We can hear the vehicles being played at as well. But let's hope that we are going to be jumping back into action. A little bit of a spray finding its way on through. Oh, oh, oh. Shotties, that is it. You can hear the sounds as well, right? Hopefully it can get converted, as we've got, you know, I can see the map feed running. Right, but I don't know if that is going to be sufficient. Hey, hey, there we go, there we go. We can see now. Alright, so the first hit was at the expense of brute force. We are back. See, sometimes that's all you gotta do, right? Is you just gotta scare the camera. And go like, camera! It's time for us to see the match. Alright, so from what we have at the current time, NIGMA going for the usual kind of play through the zone. Going for a little bit of an angle right here. And then, of course, we do see the players now from GEEKAY. Ooh, playing it a little bit more on the bold side of things. So Gaith having only one bit of reinforcement here. Seems like Gaith and Ragnar. Let's see where that hit is going to go. Is it going to go to the side of IKURD? Maybe. Oh, indeed. It does find itself right up into IKURD, as that hit has been secured. But now with the rest of the GK team going to be pushing on up as well. Looking to just fortify a little bit of the play here. There we go. Gotta like this now. GK has the opportunity to get the jump in on IKURD. Come on. Ooh. There's the spray. The play is in. 2 already down now for IKURD. Alright, so now it's down to Ali and Azzy. Oh, beautiful. Vault out the window, but down goes Azzy. Ali now having all that pressure riding on their shoulders. Oh, does secure the opener. Oh, but down they go. As Gaith does some Gaith things, and that is Gaith. Just looking to capitalize on everything they can find. As you can see there, IKURD getting sent away with 3 points to their name. A decent play. GK though with the entire squad wipe in. It's going to be CONQUEROR Iraq now. Trying to defend, but they do find themselves in a very challenging position because we got RTG, ARB all now looking to lay it on pretty thick. So not quite sure if CONQUEROR Iraq will be able to get themselves out of the situation here. Now things going into a bit of a standoff. As CONQUEROR has been able to get themselves a little bit more west. Ooh, this now kind of reverts that pincer play onto the side of RTG. You can feel ARB knocking at their door. We did see that shot secured. Ooh, but now will we have the assist come in? Quick reactions from ARB champions. Rio grows on the likes now, instead deciding to leave their teammate behind. Oh, not seeing the point and trying to maybe contest in such a difficult spot. CONQUEROR making the most out of the situation here. We've got about 22 seconds or so left on the clock until the next phase will be revealed. RTG now trying to reach across the way. Oh, I mean, not even trying. They do succeed, and with that, they back up the side of GEEKAY, seeing them back with nothing but eliminations. So RTG avenging themselves, looking to not get caught out by that one. But now, there's a very comfortable rotational pathway for them to get themselves secured up into the zone. But they're gonna have to fight a little bit against the side here of the ARB champions, as both teams are essentially on that edge of zone. And the rest of the teams are all converging down towards the center, right? So that is gonna be Vision, Quest. We got NIGMA, CONQUEROR, everyone just looking to get themselves plunged in. Well, I said Quest, and in fact it is CONQUEROR. But let's see now, as we wait for the play here. Wait for the angles to come through, the predictions there as well. We've got NIGMA, GEEKAY, ONYX, Ravens, R8, all having their names being mentioned. But next X definitely going to be put to the test. Oh, taking the push up onto NIGMA. Not going to be an easy one to play through. You've got 3 teams held up here. It is CONQUEROR, it is NIGMA, but next X, ONYX, Ravens just on their western side now, falling back a little bit and opening up a lot of the focus here for next X to see if they can find that NIGMA play. But again, NIGMA being quite proficient on this map is not going to allow too much of that to come through, as now WAF now right on the edge. The shots are there. Lord now trying to make a run for it. Coops this time around doesn't want to go out early, so plays a little bit of hide and seek. But Mexico might be able to end that for them, as both teams are now just trying to just halt any potential rushes that could come through. But now this is where next X are going to find themselves in a pretty tricky spot, right? Because if they continue further on towards that western side, that is exactly where R8, ONYX, Ravens, and NASR are situated. Coop's now trying to assess the area there with the next of NIGMA. Meanwhile, NASR making their own play, looking to get themselves dispersed a little bit further onto that southeastern side. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds and Brute Force are going to be bumping heads over onto that western side. FALCONS, of course, rotating up right behind them. This is a tough position looking at NASR, because sure, beautiful cliff lines to play with. But again, you could see that angle. They could potentially be leverage coming through from the ONYX Ravens, right? So they have to be very, very careful as to how they play this. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Twisted Minds now leveraging their own position, moving on forward. Oh, yeah, quick look back. Very swift response coming through from both NASR and ONYX Ravens. Will Brute Force now be able to claim, or reclaim rather, a bit of the territory? As it does seem like FALCONS are going to be opting for a more southern rotation. So it does definitely ease up quite a bit of the contention here. Meanwhile, over on towards the eastern side, things look quite different. Vision, ARB, and of course the GANGSTERS Gonna be duking it out, but ARB now caught in the crossfire. Smoker quickly trying to find a quick sneaky trade. Still gotta watch out for the third-party sprays. Just nipping at their heels. But the gangsters are going to be trying to blaze a bit of a way forward, right? They know that the easiest way for them into the zone is straightforward. But ARB and Vision are going to be making that exceptionally challenging. Or maybe even a southern push like we see there from A Buddy could be the way to go. I mean, the vehicle does allow for a very quick escape, especially if you want to fly down those cliffs. Now the zone just going to be applying itself yet again. So NIGMA, NEXT, as well as CONQUEROR Iraq will have the luxury of just maintaining their current positionings. Meanwhile, over on the west, the Falcons, they've now been spotted as they pulled off that southern rotation. Twisted Minds looking to capitalize on the elevation here. Right, so the Taps finding their way in. Falcons not going to be taking the knee just yet. Instead, going to be looking to bring in a bit of a response. Bit of a counter play. I think the immediate threat here for Falcons is, of course, in the side of NASR, as it is a roll by run and gun. Sanhok has been hit. Pablo is down as well. J7 getting found. Spec, or Starch rather, getting played. And now it's all going to boil down to Spec, I believe. But unfortunately, Spec nowhere near, as Twisted also look to get their share of the pie. Damar is found. Salam and Never a Lord having to hold the pieces together. Oh, good defense from the Falcons though. Again, trying to resist the urge. The sprays now just lining up so beautifully. Never Alone could definitely clutch this one out. It's all reliant on AZ and still Spec with that third party play all the way from back in zone. This could be a major, major upset. Yep, AZ gets the job done. Beautiful comeback. Oh, Spec though. For NASR reaching in and just upsetting that entire play. But a well played though to Spec. I mean, phenomenal use of that Mini 14. Meanwhile, close to Wood Center, things are not exactly looking all too easy. We still have the ARB and Vision squad holding up here. Gangsters still looking to find a way to play on forward. So Jafar already managing to evade at least the bridge. Let's see if the rest of the team can rotate up. Walsh not having the most secure buggy to play with. A valiant effort. Some great parking skills coming through there. We did see NIGMA holding on high. So again, a lot of elevation to play for. And I think that is part of the difficulty of the zone. Right, is that teams need to be especially cautious. Looking at the angles like NIX, NIGMA. Right, they can see for days and days on end. So it's not particularly easy to sneak up. But now having to go a little bit further down south, the gangsters essentially need to try and turn themselves around. But as you can see, it is not going to be their play, as they will be stopped in their tracks. Vision also not going to be looking to capitalize on a bit of that carnage. But a beautiful nade here from Smokers. The Bok now looks to push on through. One nade could end it all here for Vision. Smoker trying to find the angle of approach. Gotta watch out, we got W7 just on that ridge. They are being drawn in by the sounds of Gunfire. Oh, Smoker though clutches it out. Beautiful, beautiful play here from Vision. I mean, they tried their utmost, but Smoker just denied them any access. Smoker now sits on a glorious 4 eliminations to their name. R8 trying to decide, are they going to try and contest Brute Force from pushing towards that zone, or are they going to play for that zone positioning, as we got Prestige very close to that. Of course, quick look back at the Gangsters now meeting their unfortunate end. Gotta love those spray downs. Now, R8, well, it does seem like they've decided on instead zone positioning, and then they're looking to leverage that position. But that is not going to hold anything coming from the Brute Force side. They will remain relentless. Spec also looking to bring in a bit of a contribution all the way from their side. Just a little bit further, as we can see them now sneaking up on that mini-map. But here we go, the push coming through. So far, so good. Brute Force. Oh, yeah, unfortunate. R8 just having better luck with regards to that positioning and the sprays. Now, RTG is going to be looking to create a few waves. We've got Groza and Rio remaining. Esketon is on their knees. So things are not exactly looking too troubling for the side of R8, as they do return back to a full 3-piece. NIGMA, they've been pretty quiet so far. On making a lot of noise, trying to keep themselves undetected. You can see that by them only having 2 eliminations. Alright, so here we go, waiting for that zone to be delivered. ONYX Ravens down south. Very comfortable spot, chilling on the beach. Meanwhile, CONQUEROR Iraq, they're going to have a pretty tough rotation to come through. They will now have to head a little bit uphill, right towards NASR. The same can be said there for W7. But of course, there's still that option to rotate around towards the south. Right, so CONQUEROR, they could definitely take a more eastern play, heading in the direction of W7, following the road, at least for the most part. But still, it does allow for a bit of that play to come through from NIGMA. Meanwhile, now, CONQUEROR Iraq, they are not going to be opting for any of that. Instead, straight on forward is going to be their approach. They've unfortunately not been able to find themselves any eliminations so far. So got to play with a lot of caution here. W7, again, spotting out a little bit of movement. NIGMA now going to be looking to capitalize as they do find Hero out in the open. Coops locking in the first. Yakuza wanted, Walid rather, and GEEKAY are going to be looking to fortify that angle, but a beautiful reach coming through here from Coops. Again, looking at the terrain here, W7, they've got so many ridges to play with to rotate even further down south and actually look to get them set up preemptively. But NIGMA holding on to the highest point currently left in the zone. So that is going to make it exceptionally difficult for anyone to contest them. And maybe even just kick them out of the spot, right? But now RTG and NXX going to get down to business. Oh, RTG out they go. 9th place with 3 elims. R8 could look to swoop in on NXX as well. Meanwhile, it's going to be CONQUEROR Iraq. Tiger picking up a few nades. Oh, that molly, I think it came especially close to Yakuza. But R8, well, they will survive as they take control of at least the northwestern side. We've now slammed the door in the face of NEXT. Ooh, speaking about slamming, that nade, the shots continuing to hit. CONQUEROR, Crazy J9 are going to be looking to play a very similar angle here as we've seen come through from NIGMA Galaxy. Ooh, what a beautiful hit here. Come on, are we going to see the follow-up? Will the follow-through be there? Crazy trying to strafe on the edges. W7 trying to utilize their numbers advantage. Full squad up against the two-piece. So this could be a very successful defensive angle for the side of W7. Oh, but they got to risk it if they want that biscuit. Crazy taking quite a bit of damage. On their knees they go. Now J9 looking to hold up, and there we have it. Zone also now shifting up yet again. NIGMA Galaxy R8 feeling quite comfortable with this current setup. But down to the final 6 we go. Tables continuously shifting. The teams are trying to find that next play, that next angle. Looking for a bit of capitalization. NIGMA still having the luxury of 4 players. Gonna look to extend their reach. Maybe a sort of bit of that dominance. Right, so W7 just inching their way closer and closer to NIGMA. But not a lot of these options really aligning all too well for them. It's going to feel like a little bit of a back and forth. Of course, then we still have the ONYX Ravens pushing up from that far southern side. You can see Smoker also there, just hiding alongside the loot crate. But out comes the opening charge. W7 does take even more damage. Oh, the response is in though. Yakuza does find GEEKAY. I think ONYX Ravens are going to be playing quite a bit of an upset here. Especially seeing that they've now engaged that stealth mode. Like, we haven't heard or really seen anything come through from them the past little while. Meanwhile, NIGMA are going to be looking to do what they know how to do well. That is going to be just to play a major upset. Now, stealth mode getting pushed here by the ONYX Ravens. Oh! Yakuza getting found as well, and down they go as the ONYX Ravens play the upset. The two teams now getting closed on through. W7 with 3 eliminations to their name. Still 4 teams remain here. Ooh. Spec now. Oof. Tried so hard. I mean, almost getting that confirmation as well. But that is going to be the end of the road for NASR here. R8. Still holding on to that 3-piece alongside the 3 of ONYX Ravens. And NIGMA, again, holding with that full squad. This could be that opportunity for NIGMA to secure yet another winner chicken dinner on Miramar. R8 already sitting on 5. ONYX Ravens and NIGMA only sitting on 3 eliminations on either end. But up comes the spray. That is Lord. Now in a world of trouble. R8 starting to pick up momentum. Evening out the board. They've been able to push back quite a bit on the side of NIGMA. The NIGMA essentially back to where we had them just a few zones ago. They started to expand, right? Pushing their way over this ridge. But with the aggression going through from that R8 side, it's proving to be quite challenging. ONYX Ravens also going to have their hands full to the brim because this is not an easy angle to move up on. In fact, they're going to be able to get a little bit further up and then start to slide on back down again. Let's see who's going to clutch it out. I mean, NIGMA, R8, they have the advantage here. But with the ONYX Ravens team now starting to circle up, coming through from that southern side, if they find their way up this hill, they could definitely play a bit of a pincer angle onto NIGMA. And that could be their ticket, right? That could be the way to go. Oh, beautiful nade. Come on, R8 now looking to close it up. NIGMA down to two-piece. Coops has been identified, and off they are. It's now up to Freak. Up comes SK-Ton. Oh, hey! Gets the job done. NIGMA getting sent out in third place. So now it's going to be between the ONYX Ravens and R8 to see who will be the one to clutch up that chicken. R8 doing so much work already, sitting up on 9 eliminations. Now going to be looking for those double digits. They could essentially end on about 12. Of course, that is if the blue zone doesn't have its fair share of the action here. Oh, nice quick trade coming through from Saad. Unfortunately, the health bar doesn't allow a lot of flexibility. Now it is down. Oh, it is done. With that, it is R8. Reigning supreme. I'm not quite sure what really happened on that one. But, you know, R8 with a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. I mean, it's a very, very happy day. Especially if you're on the side of R8, right? Because that was, you know, one of those players that I would just add a G in front of their name because it's R8, so that would make it great. But what a way to kick off phase number 3. I mean, R8 just blowing up, right? Coming out of nowhere and securing themselves 2 winner chicken dinners back-to-back. That is quite exciting to see. But of course, as we know, there's going to come a point where R8 are not going to be able to continue with that momentum, as they are going to be having to take a bit of a break, right? And that is going to happen in the next match, for match number 3, as we are going to be stepping into a little bit of that Sanhok action, right? So R8 being part of Group C, that is the Arabic champions, IKURD, and as well as RTG, right? All going to be joining R8 for a bit of a break, but then, of course, we'll have the addition of Group D joining us yet again for the battle, right? So that is KR, Quest, Sly, and Triple. But speaking of points and teams, right, let's take a look at the leaderboard. Javian saying that their team is performing well, right? That is who? NASR, if I'm not mistaken, right? Speaking of NASR, there they are, 9 points to their name. Just sharing the total with the side of ONYX Ravens. We started with those 5 eliminations, though, for the side of NASR. ARB on 8, R8 on 12. I mean, that is an increase, right? The previous match, they secured themselves a lovely 10 eliminations. This time around, they are sitting on a very comfortable 12. As we take a look at for that second page, it's going to be GEEKAY with 4. Everybody, essentially, walking away with points. So, no visitors to the donut shop this time around, right? Maybe they put a sign up. Maybe they flapped the sign around. I think I have to take a look at that. Maybe it says donut enter or something like that. Meanwhile, R8 walking away with 2000 damage. NIGMA on 1800. And ARB actually going to be taking the conversion show here. The conversion rate award. Finding themselves 8 eliminations out of 1100 damage. But a very heavy hand going to be through from ONYX Ravens, W7, and NIGMA. Unfortunately, all of them only managing those 3 eliminations. Not quite sure what exactly happened there, because that is not something that we normally see come through from the side of NIGMA. But maybe it's just a little bit of a play from NIGMA, right? I mean, with NIGMA, you can never really know. You can never really know, because they might initially play a map a certain way and then come back the next one and then just, you know, blow it all up. Who knows? But of course, what we do know is that there's been already 2 matches done. R8 securing both of those chickens. And I think now we get a bit of an opportunity to see exactly how all of this then impacts those overall rankings, those standings, at least for this phase. And of course, the only one that got the prediction right was Amola, right? Amola, well done for that prediction, calling out the side of R8 to reign supreme. Javian saying that NASR, even though there were 3 of them, they still made the moves. Yeah, something like that, right? I'm reading the rest of it and I'm like, I'll leave it in the chat. But yes, Javian, interesting one. So NASR also putting a really good foot forward so far, right out of the gate. But of course, it's all going to come down to how all those impacts the leaderboards, right? So let's take a look at a few of these past few replays. As Brute Force will look into maybe drive a few of them home. Unfortunately, Brute Force only found that 1 elimination before getting themselves secured in the lobby. But R8, you got to love the momentous play that they are bringing in here. I mean, so far sitting on a grand total of, 22 eliminations? So that is very, very healthy for them. You know, that is the 10 plus 12. So if my math checks out, this should be 22. Spec also coming through with a bit of a spray here. I mean, NASR also then with 12 eliminations in total. So definitely a big step up coming through from the side of NASR themselves. But again, only 2 maps done. Right, we got a few more to go. So we will have NASR playing in this next match over on Sanhok, but they are going to be sitting it out for our last Miramar of the day, as they'll be rejoining back on the lovely Erangel. But here we go with the scores. 42 points going over to RTG, 21. So half of that going over to the side of NASR. And then as we take a look here at Quest, we got them secured on 13, 12 going to the side of the ARB Champs, and then 9 for ONYX Ravens, Pretty Fruities, as well as the players then from the side of NextX as well. So quite a bit of excitement here, as you can see the numbers still looking pretty even, pretty balanced, and nothing being determined just yet, right? The upsets can come through. One thing that we do know for certain is that R8 were just running rampant so far here today. As you can see, GANGSTERS then secured on only 2 points so far. So a little bit of a bumpy ride, but you know what? At the end of the day, it is what it is, right? If PUBG hands you lemons, well, then you've got 2 lemons, right? Or a few limes to play with, whatever it is that you want to do with that. Maybe you can find a bit of a thing that you can add on it, and then who knows, right? You could still develop into anything from that point forward. But yeah, a very, very good run so far. I mean, R8 showing quite a bit of dominance. But I think the big question here is, will they be able to maintain that consistency? Because, you know, 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners, that is pretty exciting. Unfortunately, we're not necessarily going to see that 3rd one come through, as they are going to be taking a break for Sanhok. But this allows a little bit of room now for the rest of the teams to see if they can maybe potentially close those gaps. Because, I mean, a 21-point lead right out of the gate, 2 matches in, that's insane, right? That is really insane. But you got to commend the side there of NASR, so who knows? Maybe this could be the opportunity. Let's see what we could be expecting with regards to the Sanhok performance, right? So GEEKAY, definitely a very strong team when it comes to that. Only 2 winner chicken dinners, but they have the most points, 89 that they've been able to secure so far. NIGMA Galaxy, on the other hand, 3 winner chicken dinners, so by default, they have the most placement points being secured off of that. But, well, I mean, we're going to have to wait, right? Because there's still a little bit of a way to go. So in the meanwhile, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back right after that with all the Sanhok action. Stay tuned.
كونكر سبورت يا شاكو،
والبداية هنا للبوش
كبيرة، يظهر البريفود، يظهر البي اف الآن البرود فورس.
والدري بلدي يتقدم هنا مباشرة. عماد يريد أن يتخلص من البريبود. جودو يرفض خسارة هذه. عندك جودو وعندك مير أيضا. أولوية الهاي جراوند يا جودو. هبلتني يا جودو، اقتلتني يا جودو، راح صوتي يا جودو. إذا بحت الأصوات أعلم أنها متعة، أعلم أنها
هو يحلق ماشي، هو يتقدم ماشي، على برود فورس ماشي، وعلى بريبود ماشي، والنهاية قريبة على بريبود. دي بي اس أول لاعب، دي بي اس ثاني لاعب، بريبود رائع أنت يا بريبوت.
النزيف هنا دواء بالفعل، هنا كل الدواء كلها بالفعل مشافي للجراح والاكسار والتربل ار والدي بي اس والفريبوت. هنا الشوت كان، هنا فايت النهايه، هنا النيران واليوم به الحلق لشكن من بطيخه. هنا الاول، هنا نوك بالفعل، وهذه فينش ممكن الثاني على التوالي. هل سيحصل؟ لكن تسرع هنا من بطيخه بهذه اللحظات. هنا بالفعل بعد الاسقاط الاول، الثاني على الكيار، والثالث على الكيار، والرابع والاخير بهذه اللحظات. بإبداع من فريق الجانجسترز وايضا فريق الار تي جي. هنا نيد متابعة بين جعفر وايضا بين هذه الطرفين، ونتابع الان ريو عن طريق سموكات يحاول ان يغطي، ولكن هذه التغطية لثواني.
ورجعنا.
All right, so here we go, getting ready to hop into the action. Sanhok. Sanhok, yes, that's the new name, right? Sanhok. Sanhok is going to be loading up, so we are prepping ourselves to hop into the action. So as I was saying before, we do have a few strong competitors when it comes to this. Of course, out of the teams with the highest amount of points, Falcons sitting in top 6. They are yet to find themselves a winner chicken dinner. So who knows? Maybe we could see that come through in this match, as they are going to be stepping out onto the battlefield. And of course, well, just in mind, they already have a chicken alongside Brute Force, the players from NIGMA, as well as GEEKAY. So yeah, those are essentially the teams that have been able to secure themselves the victories up to date. But Falcons showing that they are definitely capable of quite a bit of aggression when it comes to the Sanhok map. 38 eliminations to their name. Total placement points of 20. So, you know, yeah. I mean, there's not that much of a gap between them and, for instance, GEEKAY, who are sitting at the top of the board with regards to those Sanhok points. But from what I can see is that we are loading it up. So the plane is warming up. If you can hear... If you really listen, right, you'll be able to hear that, well, we can't hear those sounds. But as I was saying, right, these are our potential teams that could be looking to step it up. So GEEKAY, NIGMA, R8, Brute Force, and Twisted, that is essentially our top 5. R8 obviously not here because they are sitting this one out. Already with 2 winner chicken dinners under their belt, I don't think they are going to be feeling too stressed with the Sanhok performance. And then, of course, we've got the players from Falcons just a little bit further on the left-hand side of the screen, right? It's just so far left that you can't exactly see it. It's not showing there, but definitely it is there. So let's see who's going to be the one to clutch it out. Of course, all of those teams that we saw being shown, they all do have at least one winner chicken dinner, right? Brute Force, Twisted Minds being those with the singles. And then, of course, R8, NIGMA, and GEEKAY sitting with 2 and 3. So, yeah, some pretty high expectations coming into this one. NIGMA already having a bit of an interesting play, especially in this last Miramar. So I'm not quite sure if they are going to be looking to pick up the momentum moving into Sanhok. Let's hope that that is going to be the case. But from what we've seen so far, NIGMA definitely putting a lot more focus this season, especially on their Sanhok performances, if we compare that to what we had come through back in the spring split. So it's all going to be now, right? All going to come down to this last play, this last opportunity. Well, at least the only Sanhok for the day to see exactly what the teams are going to be bringing in. But this also kind of sets up the momentum that we could see even more come through from in this phase. Speaking of which, it is game time. So let's hop into the action. As we know in Sanhok, flight path doesn't matter all too much. We are going to be instead waiting for that zone. It's going to be leaning a little bit more to the northeastern side, northwestern side. But it's not necessarily going to be restricting too much of that playable options. Right, so the team's now getting themselves spread out. Nice, decent spread. Already potential setup coming through towards Paradise. Let's see where Sly is going to be looking to go, as that is the starting point for triple, at least this time around. Bootcamp also not getting crazy love this time around. I'm also quite happy to see that W7 and KR actually decided to not continue to hard drop on each other. So KR now adjusting just a little bit further down south. I mean, that does allow for some great continuation for both them and W7. Now the zone with a nice leisurely shift slightly more onto the eastern side. That first confirmation coming through though as Slime Machine does lose 1 to triple. Right, so aside from the initial elimination being secured, we haven't seen much else just yet. It does seem like Sly are starting to back off a little bit. We've got Fashi now trying to rotate around up to CZ. Trying to get the evacuation dealt with. Meanwhile, Triple feeling pretty confident about how things have gone for them so far. Yeah, result with quick reactions there. Finding the knock and the follow through. Beautiful confirmation. But now we return to a little bit of tranquility as we wait to see where that first major play is going to be coming through from. Of course, aside from Slime Machine, W7 also lost a player. And that was Quest. That got themselves an additional point on the board. We got NASR holding on to a very wide spread in between Tambang, Ruins, and that northwestern island. GEEKAY now just solidifying themselves a little bit more up into bootcamp. I mean, they could have quite a few contenders potentially rotating within this general direction. Again, it is quite reliant on where this next zone shift is going to be taking them. NIGMA surprisingly not going to be waiting around, changing up their strategy. Usually they hold on to Sami until at least phase 2, potentially phase 3. But seeing them rotate out this early is quite different. So again, does seem like either NIGMA are trying something completely different, at least for today, or I don't know, something might be up. But in the meanwhile, it is going to be CONQUEROR and NEXX. Oh! Dexter getting done dirty on this one. The confirmation is through. Great step of though going through from CONQUEROR. Oh, but CONQUEROR are going to get tested. They are going to get tested like it is, I don't know quite what. But as you can see, we've got Nexus moving in, or NIGMA rather. Nexus. We got NIGMA moving in behind them. With the addition of GEEKAY pulling in right there alongside NEXX. Oh, this is going to be absolute crazy. So we got GEEKAY, NEXX, CONQUEROR, and NIGMA. Right, all now in very close proximity to each other, waiting to pop. We do see Salam from the Falcons also just a little bit east from the position as well. To talk about an unexpected outcome here. Let's see, is GEEKAY going to be able to find a play on towards next? Could Crazy maybe even find something? Alright, up comes the spray. Come on, 3 zones. Have the line of sight. All they gotta do is just follow through. Nawaf in the meanwhile. Yeah, he's gonna get sent. Off they go. Good night. So no more Sanhok for Nawaf. I was waiting to see whether or not Crazy was gonna be looking to capitalize. Find a bit of a surprise angle here. A bit of a surprise play. But GEEKAY, they don't seem like they are intending on backing off. Instead, just a quick little bit of a reposition while they assess the whole situation. Triple now also pulling through from the north. I think it's safe to say that teams are definitely looking to play this phase 3 in a completely different manner. I mean, NIGMA rotating out early. GEEKAY avoiding the urge to get aggressive. I think we'll see a little bit more of that continue to either be the trend here, or maybe it's just a bit of a fluke, especially for this match. It's very, very odd to see. Just that NASR also not finding themselves not separated by all too much. Alright, so KRW7 and Jafar there from the Gangsters yet to get themselves properly secured, moving through towards the zone. Same you said for Lath, but of course Lath now about to hit a bit of dry land. Ooh, Zorn taking a bit of a swing there. So ONYX Ravens, I mean, they're going to be feeling a little bit confident with their options here. You can see a lot of hills leading up to where we find NIGMA Galaxy. But this could either be one heck of a snowball effect that is building up, which of course is going to result in quite a bit of carnage coming through. And meanwhile, we do say goodbye to NextX, right? So they were only down to that final 2. So inevitable coming in on that end. Meanwhile, it's going to be Vision now looking to push on forward as they come knocking on the door of Slime Machine. Attention for the intersection. Oh, Steezy is down. Vache also not finding themselves in a bit of a sticky spot here. But unfortunately, it does seem like that is essentially all they've got left with, right? All they've got left to work with. Right, so down to 14 we go. Teams seeming to be quite relentless, just moving up, find the spray and off they go. Not making much noise, not taking any dragged out engagements, right? Just get up there, get the job done and off they go, move on to the next. NASR are going to be pulling in alongside GEEKAY here as well. But again, already losing their first player. So is that going to be impactful enough on the side here of NASR? Will it change up their potential approach? NASR to date so far only securing themselves 20 eliminations, fucking in 11 placement points for a total of 31 points. So historically speaking, they've not necessarily had the greatest run when it comes to this map. But those step-ups can come through at any point. Well, from what we've seen so far, the teams, they just rush in. They go crazy. They get the eliminations, and then they gonna just hold there for a little bit, right? GEEKAY, Falcons, Quest, and NASR are gonna be the ones to get the call-outs, the predictions here. I'll definitely agree with the Falcons one because they are in need of a winner chicken dinner. So let's see if that is going to be the play for them. Meanwhile, NIGMA getting pressured by the side of CONQUEROR. Falcons and ONYX Ravens with a nice side order of the Gangsters coming through from that southeastern side. Brute Force, on the other hand, they've got it nice and comfortable all the way up to the north. Essentially the only team currently occupying that region. But now with the zone shift focusing back onto bootcamp and those bootcamp hills, this could be quite a bit of a difficult rotation because, I mean, if Brute Force, they move forward, they are going to find themselves pulling up alongside the Quest. I don't think that is necessarily kind of the play that they would like to make, but with Quest now moving further and further up into boot camp, it does open up a bit of a position. Not that Brute Force know this, but they'll probably be finding out very, very soon. And meanwhile, W7 now also yet to make a very tough call with regards to their own positioning, as NASR find 2 of GEEKAY. That's now up to hope. Oh, I honestly don't know what's going on here. I mean, GEEKAY, our top performing team with regards to aggression, with regards to total points, taking only 2 and having to settle for 14th place. Like, I don't understand what's going on. Gangsters, in the meanwhile, they are going to be looking to push up as well. Currently sitting in the middle of the board with regards to their performance. A lovely 22 eliminations for them so far. Let's see if they are going to be able to find a few additional more. Meanwhile, NIGMA now venturing up the hill. ONYX Ravens lying in wait. Ooh, the nade. That is really, really close. And down goes Bisk. ONYX Ravens prepping for a bit of a jump onto the side of NIGMA. Groups trying to reach up into Saad. Fortunately, those nades not necessarily finding the appropriate amount of damage. Freak also with a bit of a push. Looking to close up the gap. They still have Lord held towards the north, so good anchor point. Yep, and this is now when NIGMA looks to initiate, creating that opening, dealing with that first level threat, looking to take it further. Saleh Lath. Oh, yep, this is it. This is it. ONYX Ravens could be making their way into the lobby a little bit earlier than they anticipated, as NIGMA do exactly what they came here to do. They stepped up, they cleaned out, and off goes the ONYX Ravens. Now Vision and Triple find themselves in a bit of a situation up in the northeastern side. Does seem like Triple are in quite an uncomfortable play with Imad and Bandar. The remaining hopefuls, a little bit of a dance around the block. This could be the opportunity. Beautiful jump shot though. The hits are in, and that is Triple. Very effortless play coming through from the side there of Vision as well. But let's see now as Damar does secure the finish. That is going to be Conqueror Iraq having to settle for only 2 eliminations. So we are very quickly turned up into our top 10. So the Gangsters and Twisted yet to find a secure position to rotate up in towards, as they are on the approach coming through from the southern side. KR now moving into the Bootcamp Hills. Does allow them quite a bit of flexibility. They've got the line of sight, they've got the angles to utilize and capitalize on. Meanwhile, NIGMA, they've essentially retreated ever so slightly. That is now Freaks being forced downhill. Oh, the Gangsters though with a beautiful hit. So NIGMA's hopes now rely on Lord to see if they can just survive into those late stages, those late phases. Looking to lock in a few more placement points, especially going out now in 10th place. So knock it at a lot, 80 of those placement points. It's only from 8th place and upwards. So it does seem like Lord at least managing to pull off a somewhat decent rotation heading to the eastern side, but that is exactly, western side rather. Yep, that is exactly where W7 are, and that is it. NIGMA also going to be falling. So top 2 teams already out. W7 now looking to clear their way on through as well. Position over on towards that western side. The Gangsters and KR. Freaked out. Yes. Yeah, Freak got devoured by the blue zone. Let's see whether or not Hassan will be able to reach in onto the Gangster side. Of course, Twisted Mind's going to be holding just on that southern edge with them as well. But KR, they still have the advantage, right? It's going to be much easier for KR to hit into the Gangsters than it will be for the Gangsters to do the same. Patika almost throwing that nade into Pachinki. As you can see, such a beautiful high perch to hold on to. But now is going to be the moment of truth. Brute Force also running into a few of their own complications. And they've now tried to push up into Boot Camp. Running into a little bit of that Quest spice. Right, so Quest looking to get under lockdown. It's now all down to Mind. Twisted and Brute Force, the only two teams here to find themselves a few eliminations. I mean, we could have said that about Sly and Next X, but, you know, they're not here anymore. Alright, so now it is going to be go time. Quest are looking to just extend that reach. Looking to puff themselves up a little bit, right? Ensuring that no one can contest them for at least the northern side of Boot Camp. Meanwhile, up on the hills, there's going to be KR, the Gangsters, and Twisted Mind still continuing on with the engagement here. Alright, but the rush coming through. Vision. Ooh, this could be it. Ooh, nice opener. Volt does secure the spray, but oh, Hassan getting met. Yakuza going down the opposite end up north. Vision just absolutely bullying the side of KR. I mean, KR now really second guessing whether or not this was actually a good call to make, as they've moved through, and it was not going to be that easy as Vision just deal with them, sweeping them under the rug, and off they go. Only one elimination up. Twisted also finding the Gangsters. Wow. I mean, who would have thought? I mean, KR, they were holding on to that elevation. The zone shifted. They shifted with it. And well, they shifted themselves into low gear as they got taken out into the lobby. Now, we are left with only 7 teams. We got 3 teams sitting with 5 eliminations to their name. We get Quest and Twisted sitting on 3 on either end. Vision on 9 already. Twisted now trying to pull off a bit of a drive-by action. But they gotta watch out. They might have missed Waleed, but Yakuza is not gonna let it slide. Oh, AZ with a bit of a response. Yakuza Dika, beautiful jump shot from AZ. 1 down, 1 more to go. Oh. Yeah, you can see Dika really doing their their research on how to dip, dive, dog, and dodge and dive. Ooh! Vision following through. Securing a beautiful angle onto the side here of Twisted Minds. Now it's reliant on Crypto to see whether or not they can clutch it out. While Evo Station and Dammy play a bit of hide and seek. Moving from tree to tree between a rock and a very hard place. NASR getting confirmed up in 6th place with 6 elims. But it is going to be absolute trouble now for Vision, as they are yet to get themselves repositioned. Quest still going to be holding steady, holding strong. Twisted also getting sent on their merry way. now is the opportunity here for Vision to at least get a bit of a foothold in that zone. Quest looking quite formidable at this point. Sure, they don't have crazy amounts of eliminations. They are sitting with 5, but they still have that entire squad to flex off of. That is the end of the road for W7, as they do find themselves, well, 7 eliminations. So if R8 were here, they would have had 8 eliminations. Let's see whether or not the Falcons can find that last play onto Vision. Of course, now having Quest so close to them, making so much noise, that is going to draw their attention. Salam, unfortunately, will not survive the blue. And now it's going to be a 1v4 for that Winner Chicken Dinner. Bolt's going to try and make the most of the situation. They do find Fidan looking to follow through on Kante, but unfortunately, Quest step up with the domination. Locking in the chicken on this lovely, lovely Sanhok. And of course, being the first chicken going for the side there of Quest Esports. So what a play, what a play, what a play. So a very happy day on the Quest side, right? Getting their first chicken dinner when it comes to the lovely Sanhok, right? Very, very excited for them. Well done. I mean, that was quite the aggressive performance coming through from their end. They were able to secure just a bucket load of those eliminations as well. So, you know, it really, really works out. Vision also quite aggressive. Securing himself double-digit elimination. So very impressive angle being held there. Unfortunately, right, with 1 left, there's only so much one can do, right? It's very limited. It's very tough, but they gave it their best. And, well, we know how that went. They had to settle for 2nd place. But, yeah, exciting match done and dusted. That is game number 3 now ticked off and saying, you know what, that's fine. Cheers for Spec from NASR. We seem playing good. Yeah, on the 3 matches so far. Yeah, definitely good one. I did read the rest of your message from before, and it did seem like Spec was, you know, it's like, I'll show you guys how this is done. But of course, as we know, that is game number 3, right? So the players from Group C, they were sitting out on this one. They'll be joining us back on the battlefield, as we are going to be venturing into that 4th match, which is going to be heading straight back to Miramar yet again, as we go from the jungle to the desert. A little bit of an upset. Why not? To keep these teams on their toes. In the meanwhile, we are going to be taking a look at the board as well, as Quest secure themselves a glorious 18 pointers alongside Vision. But, you know, Quest with the chicken does default them to the top. Vision, though, with so much work going through with those 12 eliminations. W7 also with the 7 elims. It's going to be a very happy day. Falcons, I mean, they came close. They came close with at least that 3rd place finish. 6 eliminations up. They are getting closer and closer to winner chicken dinner territory. Now, Slime Machine and NEXX, unfortunately, will have nothing but air in their pockets as they got sent back empty-handed. ONYX Ravens, also very surprising play coming through on that end. But as we take a look at the damage markers, it is going to be Vision locking in excess of 2,000 damage. Quest then walking away with 1,957. But the strongest conversion rate is going to go to NASR, right? Finding 6 eliminations out of 1,100 damage. That is a healthy dose. I mean, it's a close one between Vision and NASR, right? It could essentially lean either which way. Both teams very, very close. I don't exactly have a calculator in my hand to work out these things. So, you know, I'm just eyeballing it, right, to see. I mean, it gives us a pretty good indication as to what the performance there was. But yeah, exciting Sanhok coming through. Of course, now we are going to be venturing into a little bit of that Miramar action. And we know R8, they already had the success in the first 2 matches of the day. They are going to be joining us back on the battlefield again. So will we see R8 dominating the rest of the day, right? Because they are going to be playing this match and, of course, the last one of the day. Speaking about last one of the day, this is going to be the final match then coming through for the players of Group A, right? So that is GANGSTERS, NEXX, NIGMA, and Twisted Minds, right? They are going to be playing their 4th match, and that is it. Then they're done. So if R8 wants to continue with the domination, the opportunity is definitely there. So they'll have the chance in this Miramar and, of course, the upcoming Erangel right after that. But if you guys have any predictions, right, any thoughts as to what we've been seeing so far today, let me know in the chat because I'm quite surprised, right? If I'm being honest, I'm quite surprised. I mean, NIGMA having a pretty tough run in the first match and the second one. First match, getting sent out in 10th place, not a single point to their name. Second match, they took 3rd place, sure, but they only got 5 points, 5 eliminations for a total of 8. So it seems like Miramar was their best. Sanhok, of course, you know, they also tried, again, 10th place, but it's 4 eliminations this time around. So, yeah, I don't know, 12 points for NIGMA after 3 games? It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right to say that, but as we know, they will have the opportunity to rectify all those things, especially seeing that is their last match of the day, right? But in case you missed a little bit of the Sanhok action, let's take a look at those replays. As NIGMA came up, rushed into those ONYX Ravens. Vision just capitalizing on the carnage here today, locking in so many amazing sprays as well. I mean, FALCONS also, as I said, right, you got to appreciate the efforts. They are just getting closer and closer to making that play for the winner chicken dinner. 3rd place, definitely not a bad finish. All right, so very, very exciting, Sanhok. Yakuza, though, going to be finding the most eliminations with Starch coming through on their end as well. With the most nade finishes, Volt locking in 805 damage. And Kante, that is impressive. 349-meter hit on a map the size of Sanhok. I mean, that's a impressive hit. I mean, 493, that is almost from the one side to that. Not really. Sanhok is obviously bigger than that, but I mean, just as well could have been. So not quite sure, like, how they were able to pull that hit, but man, that is impressive. 394 meters, 349 meters, either which way. Impressive stats. Speaking about impressive, let's take a look at the leaderboards as we got the 42 points going to the side there of R8. We got 31 then coming through for the rest. As we trickle on down the board, 29 coming in then for the side there of NASR. I mean, it's exciting, right? NASR, they were sitting up in at least 2nd place with 21 points as we saw in the previous match. So R8, seeing that they weren't playing game number 3, things aren't necessarily going to be going through on that end. And of course, as we can see onto the 2nd page, I mean, things are still looking pretty close. I mean, CONQUEROR Iraq there on 6. We got GANGSTERS and RTG on a surprising 5, but as we know, it's still early, so they could definitely look to change it up. I mean, I am impressed by NEXX, already sitting up in 13th for this phase. So it does seem like they are looking to build up that momentum, especially now for phase number 3, because we know they are still going to be trying to make that run for the top of the board, right? Well, not the top of the board, but, you know, at least trying to get themselves a little bit closer to the top 16. Now, as I mentioned before, they were trading by about, I believe that was 71 points or something like that. It is quite a bit of a gap. Don't get me wrong. But if NEXX really focuses this phase and they play a phenomenal bit of action, they could very well see themselves at least making it up towards the top 16, right? Just hitting that 16th position. So it's all going to come down to how determined they are to get themselves secured. Because that's all they can do, right? Play with determination, play with that focus, and just stay on target, stay on goal. And, well, they could maybe get it in. But speaking of which, well, we are getting ourselves closer and closer to Miramar. So if you guys have any particular predictions to drop for that, now would be the time to let me know, right? Where do you think the zone's going to go? Where do you think the flight path is going to go? And of course, if you're feeling bold, who do you think is going to be the team to take that winner chicken dinner? We are about 30 seconds or so away from seeing exactly what the teams are going to be bringing in But yeah, drop your predictions. Let me see. Do you think R8 are going to get it again? Or could we have someone else? Because, I mean, just on the performance that we've had so far from R8, just going absolutely rampant. I mean, they've been looking to upset things, right? Just changing up the overall stats that we've got on board. But of course, we're also then waiting for team like, for instance, the side of Triple Esports to make a play for that chicken as well. Right, we want to see teams locking it in. Definitely with regards to the board, KR could also look to get that job done. We do see a NASR winner chicken dinner prediction coming through there from Javian, saying that it's going to be a Picado zone. That's bold. That's bold, but you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. We'll see whether or not that is going to be the case. But yeah, triple KR, definitely this could also be an opportunity to make a run for that chicken to see whether or not the chicken is going to cross the road and they can get their hands on it, or if someone else is going to find it. So time will tell. But in the meantime, let's get ourselves ready for that plane to see exactly what the teams will have to work with, where that zone is going to be taking us, as it is now time for match number 4. So, well, get ready for the action, because here we go. Alright, so the flight path starting us off at Puerto, heading all the way up towards the lovely La Cabrera. So now we just wait in anticipation to see what the zone is going to be bringing around. Where the teams will have to rotate towards, if at all. And whether or not it is going to be in Picado. That could be at play here. I mean, NASR also, well, one of the predicted teams to pick up one of those winner chicken dinners. I mean, that would have been nice though, but unfortunately NASR, they're not in this lobby. So, sorry Javian. NASR are in Group B. Group B are sitting this match out, as it is the last match for Group A. But a third place overall so far is looking pretty good. A nice zone then also coming in here. I mean, it could still rotate all the way down into Picado. Right, so now we wait for the action to unfold, right, as the teams are getting themselves ready for a bit of a push, a bit of a play, a bit of an upset here. Doesn't seem like we are going to be having any major pushes come through, at least not now. So the teams are still just looking to get themselves a nice bit of a starting point, right? Get a bit of that loot. Get themselves prepped up and ready to roll. Right, here we have it. It is loot time. Slime machine, of course, going up in towards Los Leones. We got ARB just to the north. KR a little bit further north from that, but this being Los Leones, they aren't necessarily going to be finding each other anytime soon. So now it's just a bit of a waiting game to see how the teams are going to be playing it at, right? And playing it out, where they're going to go. Will we see any early rotations? Maybe a few surprises along the way? Who knows? Only time will tell. Let's find out. Right, so business as usual. ONYX Ravens rotating up into towards Valle del Mar. That would allow them some pretty decent access, especially heading up in towards La Driera. So let's see whether or not they are going to be deciding to pull in there, or maybe go for a bit of a different setup here, as there are a lot of opportunities at hand. Right, so the push now going to come through. Conqueror, as they work their way through the lovely Impala. A little bit of a hootity hoot hoot coming through here. Right, so we definitely do have the prediction still sticking on Picardo end zone. Let's see if that is going to be the play to make. As Picardo now is receiving quite a bit of attention. We've got Next, XKR, RTG, and Twisted all pretty close to it. But it does seem like Twisted are going to be opting for San Martin instead. Right, so still a little bit of a climb. The teams continue to head further and further up the hill. Right, so let's see. When we have the shots now come through here from RTG, I mean, they are creeping their way through onto the side. Again, not an overly aggressive push necessarily. We did have a beautiful hit there, but it was a little bit short-lived. I mean, the only player from R8 so far down. The only player for the match so far. We got a prediction for Twisted Minds to take the winner chicken dinner. Well, I mean, it could be on the board. It definitely could be on the board. Right? They have that little bit of high ground just on the outskirts of the lovely San Martin. But now with the zone shift, ooh, they have the opportunity to try and capitalize as they are holding on to a few compounds as well. Right, so next X already receiving a little bit of that love. A little bit of a tappity tap. Quite a bit of congestion holding on towards the western side, right? Not a lot of teams on the east. We do have KR, we have Quest, we got Triple, and then of course Conqueror and the Falcons. Got R8 driving Twisted further up the hill, and that is, I think, exactly what Twisted want. Maybe it's a bit of a bait and switch, right? Trying to see if they can bait R8 into rotating up towards them. Playing on a 20 FPS device with the KD of 5. I mean, let's see if it's I'm not quite sure what these players KD sit on. I know it's a heck of a lot more than mine is. I think mine is like 2, 3, somewhere around about there. Who knows, right? I don't really keep track of that, but yeah, impressive. Sitting with a KD of 5, only having 25 FPS. Imagine what you could do on a 60, 90, or 120 FPS. Right, you could increase that 5 KD to a 6 KD with ease. Maybe more. But in the meanwhile, the teams are looking to converge further into the zone. Gangsters, of course, now still making their run for a little bit of a safe position here. Yeah, like I said, I don't exactly know what's going on today, because this feels a little bit weird, a little bit strange, right? A little bit out of place. But I guess we'll take it, because, well, it's the first day of the new phase. Maybe the teams are just so excited to be here that they can't contain their excitement, right? The nerves resulting in some weird things. Let's say that is exactly what the situation is. Meanwhile, it's going to be the ONYX Ravens also about to dip on through as the zone now shifts. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, up into Graveyard. I mean, look at that. Conqueror Iraq. Quest. Essentially smack dab center zone. Triple, the only team over on the eastern side, and they find themselves quite comfortably secured in a few compounds. They're going to be happy about that. But if you're on the west, right, maybe go to the east, because it's going to be pretty dang tough. So you got ARB, we've got IKURD, we've got ONYX Ravens, we've got NIGMA Galaxy, we've got the Gangsters, essentially, potentially, as well as Next, X, Sly, R8, RTG, Twisted, W7. I mean, that's essentially everyone, aside from Conqueror, Quest, Falcons, Triple, and KR. But here we go now, as a result of the sheer number of players situated on this side of the zone. It is going to be Next, X now trying to play a bit of gatekeep. They've opted for 2-2 split. Right, so it is going to be Dexter and 3 Zars secured within the zone with Mexico, and now WAF now looking to close up from behind. SK Ton already being found. Prestige now looking to bring in a little bit of that res action. Doesn't seem like Dexter is going to be all too phased. Ooh, but RTG, they are going to be playing the upset as they just clean it up, and that is it. R8, our first team, getting sent away, so there's definitely not going to be an opportunity for their third winner chicken dinner, at least not in this match. So they won't be holding on to any Miramar domination, at least not for the first day. But after the glorious run that R8 has had so far, this match excluded, right? They do find themselves with the most eliminations. They came in with 95, all secured on just Miramar. Ooh, but now the Gangsters rotate themselves into a little bit of trouble here. Gangsters already sitting with those 2 winner chicken dinners to their name. Are they going to be able to contest the position held here by IKURD? Because, I mean, IKURD, they still need to get themselves a potential winner-winner chicken dinner. I mean, the elimination count alone for the Gangsters on Miramar is almost the exact same as IKURD's total points that they've been able to secure so far. Oh, but here comes the sprays, though. Golden Ali, not going to be all too phased. They've been able to deal quite a bit of a blow onto the side here of the Gangsters. They just need one successful hit to end it for Walsh. Oh, and that is exactly what happens as Ali pops a quick cheeky nade over the top. And with that, sending the Gangsters back empty-handed. Well, mad respect going out to the side here of IKURD, holding their own. Wow. Now, as we look up to the north, it is going to be the ONYX, Ravens, and Twisted Minds. With a potential side order of a bit of that W7 coming through as well. NIGMA still hanging in the wing. Looking to sneak a shot off the top. That's a Twisted now, just playing for that zone positioning, at least trying to secure the foothold on the edge. RTG now falling victim to the spray from W7. We did see a few more hits connect on through onto the ONYX Ravens. I mean, unfortunately for them, Saleh and Laith goes on down as the blue gets the better of them. One elimination to their name, that is it. Now Krups, oh, trying to play for the spray. Twisted. Let's see if they can follow through. Let's see, can they find those hits? I mean, they've already got NIGMA really pinched on the edge. Crypto, we know, can definitely accomplish that goal. That's going to be ARB pushing up on the side of Next X. You can see on that southern side. Oh, of course it is going to be Biscayne just trying to reach in with a bit of that long-range spray. Alright, so Next X now having a bit of an opportunity for a quick reset before prepping themselves up for another potential charge. But the ARB are going to be looking to upset that even before they get the reset secured. Oh, there we go. MG3. UMP, we can just hear those weapons going off. And that is it. Right, Next X. Even a monster truck flying into the mix. Of course, now NIGMA not going to pass on the opportunity as we can see them rushing straight on forward. It's going to be Krups and Lord. I can see if they can find at least something along the way. RTG, Twisted, also getting ready to push, but the zone is going to be forcing the players further and further down the valley. And unfortunately, there's not going to be a lot of options when it comes to these compounds, right? Quest, or Conqueror rather, essentially holding on to, well, Quest and Conqueror, both of them are going to be holding on to essentially the only compounds available in the zone. We're going to talk about capitalizing. That is exactly what we see come through. Now ARB, Slime Machine, and Enigma Galaxy could also get into a bit of an altercation on towards that southwestern side of zone. ARBs now just flung themselves up on the hill. Yeah, Lord and Co, they were not exactly expecting any of these kind of plays to come through. So ARB really having a beautiful surprise opportunity here to get the jump in on Enigma. But you got to watch out for Krups though. Again, these cliffs proving to be quite challenging. Oh, effortless hit from Osama. Already finding quite a bit of plays. Now it's all going to be up to GEEKAY to hold it together. The push is there. Ooh. But GEEKAY just laying into the side of ARB. Now it's up to Ricard and QTEL. As the push is going to come through, will GEEKAY be able to fend them off? Now the rush is there. A little bit of a peek up the top. The shots continue to fly on air. The jump shot is up, and that is it. NIGMA going out in 12th place. ARB coming out of nowhere with a beautiful surprise assault down onto the side of NIGMA Galaxy. And also managing to hold on to the entire squad. Now we got RTG. Looking to rotate up. Slime Machine, of course, just a little bit on the edge here as well. So 3 teams. Again, having a bit of an opportunity. Where will it go as Galaga gets spotted? Very effortless spray there from Fashe. The Slime Machine going to be looking to step up the ante here. I mean, they've been showing pretty good consistency when it comes to this map as well. 84 eliminations. A grand total of 123 points. Including that winner chicken dinner. So good opportunity for the side of Sly. RTG. Not too far away. Also with the chicken dinner under their belt. Ooh. But they sit with 71 eliminations. Versus the 84 coming through from Slime Machine. So based on aggression, Slime Machine could have the advantage here. Twisted though are just going to try and make themselves a little bit scarce. Realizing that that is not necessarily the best approach to be taking at this point. Instead they could focus their efforts down on Quest and W7. Alright, so we do say goodbye to Hero, as W7 is reduced down to 1. Ooh, IKURD now rushing forward onto CONQUEROR Iraq. Does seem like IKURD is able to pick up a bit of a play here. CONQUEROR Iraq down to a 2-piece. That is not going to be an easy one to play through. With Tiger and J9 now having to survive their team. ARB also having a pretty decent run so far, sitting on a grand total of 96 with 46 eliminations coming through. Of course, that is excluding this match. If you add in the 6 eliminations they have, it puts them on a grand total of 70 or something so far. I'm looking on the wrong side, it's 50. Ooh, 56. Tiger though. Oh, trying to play it through. There we have it. CONQUEROR Iraq down it is. Unfortunately, not a single point coming their way. Now, RTG. We'll try and close it up here. ARB still going to be looking to push on forward. Still going to be looking to contest. Bring in a bit of a play. Good job being done by IKURD. Very efficient play coming onto that eastern side of the zone. Meanwhile, things are not getting any easier on the western front. It is going to be Twisted, RTG, ARB, and Slime Machine. But the upset could come through here. At least from Fashe. Essentially, I mean, you still got to watch out for Ricard. Coming in with that MG3. We've seen what the MG3 can do, especially right here on Miramar. For one, it can take up down the entirety of NIGMA Galaxy. But fortunately, I mean, they're not here, right? They've already gone to the lobby, so they don't have to stress about any of those MG3 plays. In the meanwhile, the shots will continue to rain on down as RTG is reduced down to 1. There's going to be Rio that now needs to try and hold it all together. Twisted looking a lot more confident. ARB also having very limited options at this point. You can see Quest clean line of sight down into the position here for Rio. Not quite sure how Rio's going to get out of this one. I mean, at least for the time being, they seem to be safe. Well, yeah, that's not taking into account the push coming through from the ARB champions. Someone's going to try and bring a bit of a halt to IKURD-E, because once that MG3 starts flying, it is quite difficult to stop. Well, I guess that is one way now for Twisted Minds to try and pick up a little bit of RPG spice here. IKURD is raining down with that M4. Ooh, this could be the play. This could be the play. Rio. Ah, down they go. Yep, that is it. ARB closes it off. Already now on 8 eliminations. IKURD sitting on 13 eliminations. Now going to be looking to bank even more, but, well, they'll be stopped at 14. As Ali does drive in the final hit. The final nail in the coffin. Down to the top 5 we go. It's going to be Quest, KR, Slime Machine, ARB, and Twisted Minds. At this point, the match can still swing either which way. But R8, they've already set up the standard here for the day, right? Coming in with those first 2 winner chicken dinners. Match number 3, unfortunately, we didn't have them there. Twisted also now having the entire situation turned on its head. They went from a full squad down to 1. With Crypto now trying to just hold on to that edge positioning. KR going to be looking to push up as well. With Ali especially low on health bar. But, oh, there we go. Al-Hajj gets found. Fortunately, not a follow through. Just a knock. No confirmation secured. So just a few warning shots getting sent across the way. Meanwhile, Slime Machine are going to be prepping themselves. Just leaning in the direction there of KR. Looking to see if they can maybe find that angle, the opportunity. As you can see, it is essentially an M4 loadout across the way. Great work being done here, of course. Now, oh. It all came down to the very, very end. I mean, such a sweaty play. Result not having any options. And unfortunately, that molly did end it for them. But Quest, though, they still have quite a bit of a fighting chance. They have a very dominating position up north. Vashe now getting found. And down they go. The Slime Machine down to a 2-piece. No, 1. Confirmed onto 3. That is it. But pretty even odds across the board. KR definitely going to be looking to play a bit of an upset here onto the side of Sly. Be looking to pressure them. Maybe looking to find a bit of an opportunity. Oh, there we go. 13. It's going to be down. That is the opener that KR now needs. But even before they can jump at anything, it is going to be Quest just driving the hits in. Steezy, attacker. A little bit spread out on the edge of zone, but rightly so. Al-Hajj with a beautiful perch. Definitely a very, very strong position to hold on to. I don't really see KR or Slime Machine getting themselves out of the situation. Especially seeing that Quest, well, they still have at least 3 players up, but they have such an advantage to play from as Vegas now goes down as well. It's all going to boil down to Ali for the hope of KR. Ooh. Al-Hajj reaching out. That is attacker down. Steezy. Ali left to fight. Oh, but down goes Steezy. Ali with a beautiful hit there. 10 eliminations though. Getting sent over to the Slime Machine squad. And there we go. A near effortless win for the side of Quest. As they get themselves that winner chicken dinner. They're back-to-back winner chicken dinner. The first match, or game number 3, their first chicken of the day was with 8 eliminations. This time around, only getting 6, but still a winner chicken dinner nonetheless. So what an exciting day so far. I mean, R8 picking up the first 2, Quest picking up the next 2. Right, what is going on today? I mean, I'm not complaining, right? It is just so surprising. It's definitely not what I thought was going to be the outcome of the day. Because, I mean, phase 1, phase 2, we essentially didn't have a single team get more than one winner chicken dinner. Yes, I know NIGMA got 2. They got the start and the end of the day, right? I remember. But aside from that, that's just one day, right? Out of the previous 10. So the other 9 days, that never happened. Now we come into day 11, aka day 1 of phase 3, and we've got 2 teams sitting with 2 winner chicken dinners, and both teams getting back-to-back chickens. I mean, like, what on earth is going on? This is just insanity. But I mean, I'm not surprised. It is phase 3. The teams are going to be playing for positions on towards not only the phase, but also positions with regards to the board. I mean, we've seen some pretty crazy shifts come through just as a result of this last match, right? Especially in the phase. Nothing too crazy happening on the overall rankings, but we'll get into that in a little bit the moment we take a look at those scores as well. And then I'll tell you what happened over on the overalls, right? Well, we won't necessarily see it, but I can see it and I can tell you exactly what is cooking. But yes, very exciting day so far. 4 matches done. We've got 1 more to go. But first up, well, we've got to take a look and see exactly what the scoreboard situation is. At least where the teams find themselves in this match or after this match, right? So here we go, jumping straight through. It is going to be Quest and IKURD picking up a glorious 16 pointers. IKURD with 14 eliminations. Wow. Sly then coming through on 15. IKURD with 7 eliminations on that one. ARB on 8. I mean, it's been a pretty heavy hand. But mad respect going out to IKURD with only 2 placement points. That is it. Still being able to secure themselves a glorious 16 points. Twisted also just doubling down. As you can see those 5 eliminations on their end. 9 points in total. And I mean, so far for Twisted, it's been an interesting day. Sitting on a grand total of, I think, like 21 points. Of course, well, as a result of the pure aggression we had on that first page, we've got 5 teams not finding any points for this match. So it is, it's quite unfortunate. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's not much that you can say about that. There's a lot of hard work being brought through in this game. So if this is but a taste of what we could be expecting to see for phase 3, count me in, right? I am on board. I am ready. I want to see what these teams are going to continue to do. Of course, Steezy again stepping up to the plate. Beautiful hit. I mean, I was commending Steezy in the previous match as well, and they continued with a beautiful run this time as again. But now Kante also abruptly being brought to their knees as Steezy continued to drive through. Ali though, you know, that is the difficulty of especially that portion. Is there's not a lot of cover to use, and well, the cover that there is very far apart. But a glorious run coming through here for Quest. 2600 damage. Wow. IKURD only 2100 damage, but definitely going to be taking, you know, the ticket here with the strongest conversion rate. With about a 60% success rate with regards to, you know, those hits being turned into eliminations. Ali going to seal the show with the 5 eliminations. Hassan going to get 2 nade finishes. Al-Hajj with 1100 damage. Crypto with a beautiful 407 meter hit. I mean, I think that might very well be one of the longest hits that we've seen in this this event so far, right? In this season. 407. That's far. That is really, really far. I mean, in game it's far. In real life it's far. So, yeah, they've gone far over and above to get themselves secured in some very, very strong stats. But we gotta love it, right? These teams, these players are just absolute goats, absolute legends. And we, of course, well, they are showcasing that across the board. But speaking about the board, let's take a look at the leaderboard, as it is going to be the players from Quest now held up in pole position with a lovely 47 points. Essentially, just swapping places then with the players come through from the side of R8. But, you know, a little bit more of an aggressive hand being brought through by the players from the Quest side, right? Well, placement points rather. 26 placement points versus the 20 that we've seen on the R8 side of the spectrum. Meanwhile, as we trickle a little bit further on down, it's going to be 10 points to close us off for 15th and 16th position. So a lot of movement down. I mean, KR, they've jumped up quite a bit. And of course, as we look onto the next bit here, we can see the players then also from RTG right now moving up into 17th. I mean, next X Conqueror and the Gangsters, they've dropped quite a bit just as a result of this last match, right? I mean, Slime Machine moved up 11. KR moved up 9 spots. That's insane. ARB moved up 5. IKURD moved up 8 slots just in this match, right? Just as a result of this last match. The biggest relegation, right, the movement down that we've seen has come to GEEKAY, right? They've dropped 6 positions down into 13th. That is quite the drop. But now, as a result of all the insanity that we've been having in our first 2 matches here so far, I mean, Twisted, they've climbed up 2 positions on the overall rankings into 8th place. Brute Force, as a result, has swapped places with them, getting moved down into 10th. We did see Triple moving up into 15th, with NASR now down to 16th position, right? So they are essentially now the gatekeepers. And then, of course, ARB only 3 points away from that. ARB and KR also moving up into 17th and 18th position. And as a result of those moves, Conqueror Iraq has now moved down into 19th for a total of 191 points. So it's sweaty, right? It is sweaty. No major changes aside from that coming in across the board. R8, though, securing their 8th winner chicken dinner. Whew. I mean, this is only day 1, right? We still have 4 more days to go. So there's going to be a lot that is going to be happening in these remaining few plays. But of course, for the last match, at least of today, we are going to be stepping into Erangel. So as we know, no Group A. It's only going to be Group B, C, D, and E. So that means Brute Force, GEEKAY, NASR, and Vision are going to be joining us back out onto the battlefield. Quest will have an opportunity to continue to try and push their envelope, right? Looking to see if they can maybe secure a few more additional points. Seeing that Quest is in Group D, they don't necessarily have to worry all too much about it. And also, they've been able to lock in 47 points, as we saw. I mean, that is pretty impressive. 42 coming through for R8. But again, well, we saw all of that. But I like that gap being created between the top 2 and, of course, then the teams below them. But it is all going to be down to what this next Erangel will bring in. We are just a few seconds away from hopping into the action to see exactly what game number 5 is going to be bringing through. And, of course, what kind of a finish Group B want to add to this, right? What their swing is going to be. If you've got any predictions, any thoughts, let me know in the chat. Let me know what you think the flight path is going to be doing, where the zone's going to be going. Who do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out? And if you want to be particular, right, give me the highest elimination count that we are going to be seeing here. Remember, the highest one that we've seen for this entire event was 22, which is held by the ONYX Ravens. So if you think we're going to see something similar to that, let me know. If not, give me the figure which you think. But obviously, something that's realistic, right? Like 40 eliminations, I don't think that is going to happen. I don't think we're going to be seeing that happen in the competitive scene. But in the meanwhile, it is time for us now to get ready to see exactly what Erangel is going to bring to the table as the teams, well, are about to see what that flight path is going to be bringing in. Of course, the zone not too far away from that either. So yeah, I think it is now about that time, right? I don't see any predictions being called out. We did see a prediction before on Miramar coming through for the side of NASR. Of course, they weren't playing there. They are going to be playing now. So let's see whether or not that is going to reign true. In the meanwhile, I think it is going to be go time for us. Ooh, yes, the plane has started, so let's jump in. Let's see exactly where it is. It is going to be starting us off, coming through from Georgia Ball. You can see that now just being spelled out there by the plane. In case you missed it, here it comes again. Georgia Ball. Alright, so it's heading all the way down towards Lipovka, so slightly more northern flight path. It is going to hamper those more southern drop locations, but should we know, the teams are not going to be all too bothered by that. So let's see where that zone is going to go. Alright, so there we have it. The zone is going to be sitting all the way up north. I mean, that is, I think, quite a bit of a relief, right? Yeah, sure, there's a big chunk of water in there as well. But it's not south, right? I think we've had our share of southern zones coming through in this event. I mean, we still have a long, long way to go, so it could definitely change up as we progress forward. But we'll find out soon enough exactly what it will have in store. Right, so the rotation is going to be through here from ARB. Ooh, heading south onto the side of RTG. So, NIGMA not in Pachinki, obviously because they're not in this lobby. Ooh, but ARB champions. Just decimating the side of RTG. Oh, they're not going to go down without a fight. That is for certain. But Ricard plays the long game. And that is RTG now in a world of trouble. Zakaria down, Riva down. Well, essentially they got Kalaga. Right, that is it. ARB left with Kalaga to try and hold on. Q-Town coming through with a Mosin. Or did they drop them? Who's them got? Oh, it's Smoker that's got the motion. The Mosin. Motion. Yes, indeed, the motion. They've got no ammo left, so that is unfortunate. You can always just throw the Mosin to see if that results in something. Alright, so ARB now having full possession of Pachinki. Kalaga just left to sit on the sidelines and look in as they don't really have anywhere to rotate up towards. Not, at least not just yet, right? Maybe they could find a little bit of something along the way. Meanwhile, the rest of ARB, they've now caught wind of a little bit of triple here as well. I mean, where was this ARB all the time? They are super aggressive today. Yeah, unfortunately, no melee zone. It is just north, 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 north. Right. You're gonna love it, though. Oh, oh, oh. There we go. Yes. Come on, triple. You have the power to end ARB, and that is exactly more what they do. ARB champions. I mean, they were super aggressive. Well, you gotta commend them. That was a very surprising turn of events. I mean, just look at this. They just went blah 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 blah. Alright, so now things quieting down. I wonder if Spec, if he pulls the... Well, I mean, you can't really decide which side you're braking with. Are you braking with the front or the back, right? But I think if you pull the front brake on that vehicle, that is going to be you just rolling like an armadillo, right? Head over feet and off you go. But, well, after all the carnage that we just experienced, saying goodbye to at least 8 players, almost 2 squads, things quiet down for a little while, right? NASR now going to be looking to pick up a bit of momentum here. IKURD though, with a bit of a play onto the Broody Fruities. Right, so the Brute Force, as we know, situated up in towards the lovely Severny, but it does seem like at least they went scouting a little bit. Oh, come on. NASR could now really look to drive this one home. I mean, they are sitting with 29 points on board, so anything else they could find... Well, it's now 30 because, you know, elimination. Oh, yep, that is Falcons getting their wings clipped as they do lose Damar. The rest of the team instead going to be taking a much more northern rotation, avoiding all this bloodshed. But NASR, IKURD, oof, this could be brewing into a little bit of something here. Let's see who's going to get the jump. I mean, NASR, IKURD, very balanced with regards to their play. IKURD sitting on 63 eliminations in total on Erangel. NASR sitting on 73. So, when it comes down to aggression, right, NASR, they do have a slight advantage. But, IKURD, well, they are just a little bit more consistent with securing those placement points. So, IKURD knows how to get themselves out of danger. IKURD will now continue to search. We see still quite a few players out in the blue. Vision with a very widespread Tapok and one of their teammates all the way at that prison spot. Bandardal getting ready to rotate up. Kalaga managing to find a vehicle. And of course now exploring their options. We got CONQUEROR all the way down on that southwestern side. W7 on the west. We got the lovely Quest squad. Ooh, pulling in on the western front as well. You can see Prestige and the rest of R8 now just trying to lock down Cube. It's quite interested to see where these teams are going to be looking to cram themselves into, because, I mean, GEEKAY are going to be pushing for center zone. And with NIGMA not here, I mean, this is also an opportunity for the ONYX Ravens to try and spread their wings a little bit, right? ONYX Ravens sitting on 3 winner chicken dinners. Ooh. All of which has come through from Erangel. Slime Machine running into a few problems along the way. NASR with almost 20. Yeah, a little bit more than, yeah. Well, now officially it's 20 eliminations more than Sly has on this map. You can definitely see that being quite evident right there. W7 also looking for a bit of a sneak play here. CONQUEROR waiting in the wing. W7, they do possess the gun skill to pull off a move like this. Let's see whether or not Dika is going to be able to find that. As it is going to be a play now. Dika getting the setup secured. Ooh, there we go. The opportunity is there. Oh, yes. One in. That is crazy. Now, Tiger left to try and hold true. But I'm not quite sure how CONQUEROR Iraq are going to be playing this one. I mean, a very blue-dominated play for them. Sure, they've got J9 and Shaco also a little bit further up ahead. But Shaco and J9 are going to be running into a little bit of opposition, right? That is going to be none other than Quest waiting for them inside that zone. Meanwhile, Triple coming through from that southeastern side. You're going to have a very narrow passage to sneak through if they are going to be looking to rotate any further than this. Right, because there is a little bit of a gap between GEEKAY and NASR. Just big enough for the triple team to sneak past. As you can see, a very narrow channel to utilize. In the meanwhile, it's going to be W7 opting rather back to North George. Looking for a bit of a play on that front. Unfortunately for them, the west is quite open. Congress still having a little bit of difficulty down towards the edge of zone. As you can see, Quest now moving out in response. Prepping for a bit of a charge, a bit of a play, a bit of that aggression, and up it comes. Alhaji, Fidan, and Kante are leading that charge. Oh, the nade is there as Kante secures the opener. Now it's up to Shaco, who's hopefully not shaking in their boots. This could be the play. Not quite sure why the molly has bounced off of the wall, because that's not exactly the inside of the building. But hey, you know, let's see where it's going to go, though, as Alhaji starts pushing forward. Oh, MG3. Oh, UMB. Here we go. Fidan hitting the nail on the head. Up into shooting range we go. With the Falcons holding on that southern edge. Really getting pressured into the bowl. Slime Machine potentially behind them with the addition of GEEKAY. I'm not quite sure how hopeful the Falcons are going to feel at this point. But fortunately for them, they can't see what we can. Meanwhile, Sly also playing a bit of a spread. We got 13 all the way over on the west, which leaves Fashe and Steezy to keep it nice, cool, calm, and easy. Vision now asserting themselves up north, holding onto the elevation. Got the numbers to utilize, but now they've got to utilize those lines of sight as well, right? See if they can maybe find a few plays to make. With 14 teams in, it is still surprisingly quiet. Ooh, but there we go. Salam and Falcons now looking to kick the party off. They do spot 13, looking to rejoin back up with the rest of the team. You got to commend 13 for that push, though, because, I mean, they came in all the way from the west, right? Having to pull past the Falcons, ONYX, Ravens, just to get themselves into this position right here. So they've got definitely, I would say, nerves of steel, right? They got other parts of steel as well, but I'm not gonna use that on broadcast. You can use your imagination instead. Speaking about imagination, it is going to be NASR now just venturing up onto the side, looking for a bit of a starting point while they wait for the zone to pop. We got Kalaga also all the way up north. The final hope for the RTG team as the zone pulls down all the way to KR. I mean, this is a great opportunity for KR. Coming through with 51 eliminations already to their name before even starting this match. As you can see, taking a look at those points. Right, KR, they've not been able to find anything just yet. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be GEEKAY getting right down to business. A little bit of that NASR spice to add flavor. A little bit of complexity as well. As Xenox gets traded on down. Dam does play a really good angle. Spake going to be following suit. And this could now spell quite a bit of trouble. GEEKAY going to try and see if they can maybe reach into the side of NASR. But aside from NASR holding there, We got IKURD also prepping for a bit of a push. We got Triple on the front line. Oh, damn, about to get run over, but instead, Aram respects the vehicle, comes through for the finish. A Triple leapfrogging their way to the edge of zone, looking to see if they can maybe turn the play onto NASR and IKURD. But again, it's not going to be easy. IKURD proving that they can be quite a bit of a menace, right? Meanwhile, as we hop over onto the northwestern side, there's going to be W7 and Vision fighting for control of that plane region. Starch now, yeah, very, very isolated. Not quite sure how much longer NASR will be able to survive. Oh, yeah, I think they're trying to bait out Starch. This could open the door now for Brute Force and IKURD to come swinging in as well. Yep, there we go. Santa finds the hit, and that is NASR out with 4 eliminations up, though. W7 also taking quite a bit of a beating. The favor now getting returned onto the side of GEEKAY as well. Santa has been knocked. But again, no one going to be full sending it just yet, right? Brute Force also going to be looking to reach into the side there of the Slime Machine. Just a little bit further up north. Ali, AZ, Aram. For that play. Here we go. Here we go. What was that? Result. It's trying to sneak their way on through. I mean, a very big stealth play coming through from the side of Triple. You see already managing to stealth their way into 4 eliminations. But now will Result get a few additional elims. I mean, they could get robbed as GEEKAY is also now starting to venture forward. You can see Neo's. Oof. The rest of Brute Force keeping it nice and quiet. Zone getting ready to pop. And it takes us all the way back to the north. Right, so Vision already situated where they are. This is the opportunity to just see how far down they can reach. I mean, they could potentially find the players there from the Falcons as well as ONYX Ravens that are yet to rotate up from that shooting range region. But IKURD also now on the mobilization, and Mud running right over as he golden drives it in. Beautiful bit of vengeance play coming through there. And with that, it is Triple down to Bandar. Not quite sure if Bandar is going to be as cheeky as we saw it might be just then. Meanwhile, IKURD, they could use this opportunity to get themselves a little bit closer to the zone. Meanwhile, R8, well, could finish it up. Kind of sorting out this whole Bandar position. Ooh, it's going to be the play. Oh, but GEEKAY going to be looking to jump in. Bandar already so heavily damaged. I mean, if only they knew how close they got to Golden. Oh, but there we go instead. The elimination is delivered on a beautiful pink platter, purple platter, call it whatever color you like, onto the side of Brute Force. Who now sits where their first 2 elims. The Slime Machine, Falcons, the ONYX Ravens holding just alongside them. As the ONYX Ravens, yeah, now get pressured. Salam left to keep it together. IKURD starting that charge. Ooh, there we go. But Ragnar with the AKM is going to deny any of that. IKURD so far on 3 elims, but not quite sure how much further they're going to be able to push this. You can see GEEKAY getting a little bit restless. Right, they've had enough. Now they're going to look to end at least something here. Not quite sure what exactly, but we'll find out. Oh, and there we go. Yeah, another elimination going through for Brute Force. Mind again with the delivery service. Santan, the rest of GEEKAY, though, going to be looking to figure out what their approach will be. they know of at least one team just holding on the edge here. As we've seen Mind find hit after hit. Seems to be Fox in the chicken coop, or maybe the falcon coop, the falcon nest, something. Ooh, Mind, beautiful molly, does find Salam. Slime Machine also keeping it pretty quiet, just a little bit further down the hill, but there we have it. Oh, that is the end. ONYX Ravens now going to be looking to play a little bit of upset. Brute Force could still play the opportunity down onto Sly, and that is exactly what they do. They spot out 13. Now it's going to be up to Fashe. But a quick reposition is going to come through, at least for Slime Machine. Brute Force keeping laser focus towards that northern edge. As they do find Topok as well, and up comes GEEKAY looking to reach over the hill. GEEKAY and Quest, the only two of the 5 teams with still 4 players in the match, right? ONYX Ravens now still sitting with 4, but they do have that knock, which gets mended. Vision also have a knock. Up comes R8. Slime Machine, though, getting taken out. R8 locking in their second elimination. Oh, coming right into the side of KR. It is going to be Batika now, trying to just get out of harm's way, get out of reach of that utility. Oh, yeah. Beautiful play, though, by SK-Ton. Now, that is what you call a bait and switch. KR, unfortunately, not a single point up, aside from placement. GEEKAY, though, already sitting on 6 eliminations. Vision, yet to find a little bit of that luck. Bam, 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 getting ready to push on through R8. Also then with 3 eliminations. I mean, they've shown already that they are pretty confident when it comes to Erangel. Oh, yep, there we go. SK-Ton with the nade to stop Santa in their tracks. Now Hope, Ragnar, and of course Gaith still have the option to retaliate. Again, R8 going to be keeping their eyes on that zone as well, as the blue is going to be just limiting their options here, starting to close on through. Oh, Gaith gets found, but fortunately not knocked just yet. Oh, SK-Ton with the hit though. It's now up to Hope and Ragnar. See if GEEKAY are going to be able to clutch this one out. The pressure, the tension is building now. It is go time. R8 getting ready for full send, but you can see ONYX Ravens and Brute Force just lighting up that northern edge. Here comes the play though. GEEKAY, oh, down to Ragnar. Brute Force getting very merrily sent on their way. Quest also then having to settle for 6th place. But what a sweaty play. GEEKAY gonna be falling as well. And with that, Thanos snapped their finger. And we are down to only 3 teams, right? We went from 6 to 3. So every team live currently sitting with a minimum of 6 eliminations to their name. R8, of course, sitting on 7. But now with the blue zone coming through, yeah, they need to move on. Prestige won't have the luxury to heal up just yet. But now we're going to wait for the zone. The big kicker, oof, it goes to no man's land. The empty space in between all these teams. So R8, the only team with 3 players left. Not sure if that is going to work out in their favor. Vision holding on to a little bit of high ground. SK-Ton prepping up that MG3. Alright, so SK-Ton now feeling a lot of that heat, but a quick reaction. MG3 really helping them along the way. Already finding the first from Vision. Just looking to even the odds. We still have the ONYX Ravens hanging in the wing. This could be quite a bit of an upset. Ooh, the shots now starting to connect on through. ONYX Ravens, instead of using a spray, they use their vehicle. Looking for a bit of a play, bit of an angle. Tapok gets found though. Ragnarok getting hit. Down they go. Yep, that is the end of the road for R8 as they get blown to pieces. 8 eliminations though, getting shipped out in third. It's now down to Vision and the ONYX Ravens. Vision trying to lock it in, but they don't necessarily have the odds working in their favor. They only have 2 players up. Oh, but look at Tapok. Beautiful retaliation. Good defense onto the side of R. And now it's up to Saleh and Laith all the way from that eastern side. We can see if they can find a bit of a play, a bit of that continuation. Oh, down goes Laith. It's now all reliant on Saleh to see if they can maybe, potentially, hopefully even, just clutch it out. Vision already up onto double digits with those eliminations. ONYX Ravens holding on to 8 now, holding on to 1 player. As it is a 1v2 fight to the finish. But neither of Vision players have a clear line of sight onto Saleh. Volt though is going to be pretty patient, looking for that opportunity, waiting for Saleh to falter. Right, so Vision are trying to make the most out of what they have, right? They know they've got the numbers. All they got to do now is just identify exactly where Saleh could be. Ooh, yep, that molly is the cue. Ooh, beautiful rocket for Saleh to use. Acting as a bit of a last wave. Ooh, now comes the test. Saleh relinquishing that blast shield for a bit of a tree cover. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, no, they've been spotted. Oh, Tapok with a jump shot, and that is it. Vision keeping their eyes on the prize, walking away with a glorious 12 eliminations. What a way to close it off. Vision picking up their first chicken of the day. But what a healthy dose of chicken it has been so far. You just gotta love what these teams are bringing to the battlefield. I mean, of course, a healthy dose of points getting brought in there for Vision does really elevate their position with regards to the leaderboard. But of course, well, if we look at the leaderboard, we'll see that, you know, it's quite exciting to see what Vision just did. But also, that is the third winner chicken dinner being secured for Vision. Now we'll get into the overall ranking shifts that we had as a result of this last match. But what a play so far, right? Day 3, very exciting. Or day 3, day 1, phase 3, very exciting. We had 2 teams rather getting back-to-back winner chicken dinners. Almost said 4 back-to-back winner chicken dinners, but yes, only 2 teams getting back-to-back winner chicken dinners. With of course Vision then sneaking in the last one of the day. So at least that portion of the day is going to be easy, right? Because it's easy. We just need to remember 3 names, right? R8, Quest, and Vision. Those are our chicken dinner winners of the day, and almost pretty much exactly in that sequence. Well, in fact, yes. Exactly in that sequence. Yeah, you got to commend the side there, Vision. A good effort that they brought into this last match, finishing with a healthy dose of eliminations. And of course, that all adds to the tally. But yeah, we are going to be taking a look at that match ranking to see exactly what the outcome was for the other teams, right? Aside from Vision on 12 eliminations, we just see what the rest did and whether or not we have a few customers coming over to the donut shop, right? For the last bit before we close the doors. So we should be heading into that. Well, right now, as we jump in, it is going to be Vision, then secured with a glorious 22 points. We got ONYX Ravens and R8 sitting on 8 eliminations apiece. GEEKAY sneaking in a cheeky 7 there. Then, of course, Brute Force and Triple coming through with their 5 respective eliminations as well. So strong effort, especially by the teams on this page. As we know, we need to see what the second page looks like. Ooh, it is going to be NASR walking away with 4. We got IKURD and ARB on 3 apiece. And then, of course, unfortunately, Slime Machine and RTG not going to be finding themselves any points in particular. But I guess it is what it is at the end of the day. Look at a few of the amazing plays that we had from this last match. I mean, R8, they tried so hard. Gotta commend that. That was beautiful, right? 8 eliminations. ONYX Ravens also quite a bit of a menace moving through here. But that angle being held there by Sanhok. Oh man, it was so good to see. But I like how Vision really turned this whole situation around, right? Beautiful jump shot to lock in that winner chicken dinner. And of course, quite an immense amount of damage being dealt as well, right? 2,300 damage for a total of 12 eliminations. Strongest conversion rate, though, going over to the ONYX Ravens. 8 eliminations out of 1,300, almost 14. R8, GEEKAY, very similar with regards to the eliminations, but slightly different with regards to the amount of damage, about 300 damage difference between them. And as we take a look here onto the side of Sanhok, we can see them securing the most eliminations, one of which has come through from that elimination utility. And of course, the greatest distance traveled with Mind and Golden, then filling up the rest. 973 damage being played, and of course, a glorious 351 meter hit. It's quite a bit of range being brought in by IKURD, but yeah, very strong performance then from the side of Vision. One could almost say it was a visionary. Right, but either which way, very happy day. It came off to a little bit of a bumpy start as we saw in the beginning, but you know what? The rest of the day was much smoother. So yeah, for all it's worth, it was a good day. Now we need to take a look at our overall leaderboards. We'll do that in a little bit. Of course, our phase leaderboards I'm referring to there. If you got any predictions as to who the MVP of the day is, sure to hit me up in the chat. Let me know. Who do you think could be the player to steal the show? Of course, we are going to be jumping into our map graph to show you exactly who got all the different winner chicken dinners. But today's one of those easy ones. I said before, right? It's not a vast amount of names to remember. It's only 3. It's quite easy, right? The first 2 went to the one, the other 2 went to the other, and then the last one we saw being locked in by Vision. The most eliminations that we've seen for the day so far was 30 rather. Second highest coming through on 29. But yes, right back into the chickens. It was R8, then Quest, then Vision, with the biggest 2 chickens going to Vision and R8 for match number 2 and 5. But Quest on that game number 3 taking the least amount of damage. 447, pretty impressive. And then after not taking that much damage, they looked to deal quite a bit of it as they stepped out onto the lovely Miramar. But as you can see, Quest not having exceptional chickens, right? 6 and 8, which is still a winner chicken dinner. Victory is a victory, whichever way you look at it. But as you can see, the rest of the teams all coming through with those double-digit plays, double-digit finishes. But I mean, Quest, I don't think they're going to be feeling too phased by that, right? I mean, they were able to secure themselves a grand total of 25 points for the day. So a very healthy dose of points coming through for the Quest team. R8 sitting on a glorious 30, right? That is pretty steep. And of course, the highest placement points that we had also then come through for the day is 28. So the top 2, really strong finish. We'll take a look at those boards to get a good idea as to where these teams find themselves. But day 1, good start. Now we got to see what day 2 and beyond will be bringing in. Of course, tomorrow is going to be day 2. Then we're going to have a day break. And then on Monday, we'll be returning as we continue with day 3, 4, and 5 to close up this phase before heading over into the finals. But yeah, we should be heading into that in just a brief moment. But let me know what was your favorite play that we saw. Maybe it was that the first elimination coming through on match number 1. Right? I don't think we saw that. But maybe that was your favorite one. Either which way, we also then... Who was the other team? I think it was ONYX Ravens. They got sent out with 3 eliminations. No, it was ARB. Yes, ARB. They were so aggressive in this last match. But of course, here we go into MVP time. it is going to be Spec coming through with 2400 damage on the dot. A glorious 11 eliminations getting locked in as a result. So a very, very good play there from NASR. I mean, they had a good day in general as well, picking up 22 eliminations, 11 placement points. Yeah, that is what we want to see, right? NASR on the up and up, looking to see if they can secure themselves even further, right? Of course, on the overall standings, they were sat in 16th place, at least throughout the day. So it is still going to be a bit of a fight to see whether or not they'll be retaining that position. But in the meantime, taking a look at our face points, is going to be 55 going over to R8, 53 to Quest, so only 2 points difference. And then, of course, Vision up onto 45 points. NASR holding steady on 33. Really good run there for them as well. No change for ARB and IKURD, as they are still essentially secured in 5th and 6th position. But R8, they did move up. Vision did also move up 1 position into those slots we see them in. ONYX Ravens, though, they've jumped up 7 positions just in this last game. GEEKAY, they've also jumped up 4 rather. 4 up into 9th. With Brute Force and Triple both also just moving up. Essentially, NIGMA, they've got moved down 4 slots. So they started off in 12th position. And now they find themselves all the way in that 16th. But 17th to 20th, no major changes really coming through on that end. I mean, the teams are trying. We can see that being pretty evident here. But I also got to commend the side of NextX. You know, 9 points on board. It's okay. It's okay, right? We want to see a few more. So hopefully day 2, day 3 could be a lot more successful for them. But there is quite a bit of a gap, right? So if they are going to be trying to close the gap, even just up into 19th, they do find themselves with a 69 point difference. So it's going to take a lot of work to try and close the gap. And of course, 81 points to get themselves to where NASR is sat right now in 16th. So yeah, a lot of opportunity could make its way on through. The only shifts that we've had on the overall rankings was Vision moving up 4 positions into 8th. Brute Force moving up 1 slot into 9th place. And as a result of the upward movements, we did see Twisted, RTG, and Gangsters just getting relegated, right? Just moving down a little bit further down the board. But, well, that could all still change up as we are going to be hitting it towards that day number 3, or day number 2. Man, I'm getting ahead of myself here. But yeah, a lot to look forward to. Tomorrow is going to be Miramar Day, so we're going to have 3 Miramars coming in, with a little bit of Erangel and Sanhok just sprinkled in between, right? So just to ensure that it doesn't get too same, right? Too monotonous. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing what Miramar Day is going to bring on in, especially as we know, looking at Miramar Day, we've got a few very, very strong performing teams when it comes to that. R8, GEEKAY, they've been having a glorious run. Quest also sitting with a very, very strong position there. All 3 of those teams, of course, have their winner chicken dinner sat on 3. So they know what they're doing. So I want to see how that is going to play. Who's going to be poised to take the season? That is tough because it changes up as we move, right? Currently, with regards to the leaderboard itself, the overall standings, there's a 12-point gap between 1st and 2nd that could change tomorrow quite easily. So I would say no one at this point really secured just yet. As we get to about day 4, we'll have a pretty good idea of who is definitely going to be our top 16. But as we've seen time and time again, right, going from league stage, moving into finals, it changes up completely, right? NIGMA previous season, they sat on 505 points in the league stage. And then when we got into finals, it was a completely different story, right? They went, I don't think they even made it into the top 5, right? So it's pretty tough looking at how these teams play through all the action here. To give you an exact answer, NIGMA just barely made it into 7th, finishing off on 166 points. Right now, a phenomenal performance in league stage. Going to the finals, completely different play. So yeah, things definitely do change up. I mean, NIGMA, they got 1 winner chicken dinner last time in the finals. In the league stage, they got 6. This time around, they're already sitting on, I think, 7. Sitting on 7. So we do see an increase in the general performance across the board. But again, right, that's no indicator of what we could be seeing coming through into the finals, right? The upsets could come through at any single moment. But on that one, we are going to be saying good night for now. So we look forward to seeing you all back again tomorrow as we continue with day number 2 for phase 3. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later.